green, that means the microphone is on. So if it's not green, please go ahead and press that button before you begin speaking. And now I'd like to call to the testimony table 2 people at a time. So if you hear your name, please come on up and we'll go ahead and receive your testimony in the order named, which I believe was in the order signed up. Our first 2 individuals are, and I'll apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name, Kathy Heisey, thank you, and Tim Cook. Sorry about that mispronunciation, Kathy. Welcome.
I'm very accustomed to it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. I'm here to welcome you as the chair of the Board of Education for Clackamas Community College. And I just wanted to say that we are so grateful to have you here on campus. Harmony is our health sciences campus, which you may or may not know. So it's really helping people become the service providers that we desperately need in the region. And it's really kind of the heart of the work that we all do, both on your board and on our board, and that we are working to make our communities stronger and give people opportunities to better their lives. We, in the 2022-23 year, served almost 20,000 individuals who took a class from Clackamas Community College. They may have done that online. They may have done that in person. And if they did it in person, there's a good chance they relied on your services to reach our campuses. I really appreciated, in particular, the work that TriMet put into the Together Forward initiative. You actually held listening sessions right here on the Harmony campus. And what we know from working with our students is that more and more we need to meet our students where they're at in order to make them successful. So you coming and being here today and you coming and being here for those listening sessions was absolutely critical. And it models that you really understand what service means in our communities. So I can't thank you enough for that, and we really welcome you today and hope that we'll see you around Clackamas as well. You're always welcome on our campus. We have tons of events and opportunities. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Kathy. Welcome, Tim.
I don't know if I could beat that at all, but I would also again say thank you so much for the work that you do. We often say our students are just one flat tire or some other small challenge away from dropping out of school. And the fact that you serve this community, you serve our Oregon City community, and students can get to the classes they need by using TriMet is a huge boon for our students, and it's really important for them to be able to finish their degrees and go on and get really good family wage paying jobs. And so we are so thankful to have you here and really appreciate the fact that you take the time to really come out and be on our campus is really important to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You've been wonderful hosts. Next, I'd like to invite up Paul Savas and Nellie DeVries.
Good morning, President Gonzalez and directors. Welcome to Clackamas County. My name is Paul Savas. I'm a Clackamas County Commissioner. It's been 25 years since I first sat on a TriMet committee in the Oak Grove area. I've also had the honor to serve on the STIF committee since its inception following HB 2017, and I'm currently serving my last term on that committee. HB 2017 changed the game on transit funding with new revenue sources and clear legislative intent to expand the availability of service. There are 2 ways to look at expanded service. The first is increased frequency. The second is increased number of lines. I think we can all agree that in a perfect world, we'd have both. But with ridership still down and following the pandemic, as well as financial limitations, you must make tough choices. As a longtime policymaker and transportation advocate, I encourage you to consider increasing lines and availability of transit in Clackamas County. Over 70% of our working population leaves the county every day to go to work. An overwhelming majority of those have no, or at best, impractical access to transit. Too many of our residents have no service within a mile of their homes. Our communities deserve a proportionate share of the STIF funds that our employed residents are paying into, but are not receiving the same benefits as our neighbor to the north. I look forward to continue to work with you on the STIF committee and other tables to solve these important issues, and I thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Nellie DeVries, and I'm the Executive Director of the Clackamas County Business Alliance. TriMet is a wonderful member of the Alliance. It's actually a nonprofit association made up of business and community members that are committed to the economic strength of Clackamas County. CCBA directly affects policymaking by leveraging the strengths of the public and private sectors to ensure the economic vitality of Clackamas County. CCBA has a direct and ongoing contact with local, regional, state, and federal policymakers on issues of importance to Clackamas County businesses. Its relationship with key decision makers and their staff allows for positive and constructive dialogue on business issues. These relationships offer a mutual benefit not only to our membership, but to those officials and their staff as well. And transit is a vital component to Clackamas County, and we thank you very much for that. In fact, prior to opening the Orange Line, the city of Milwaukee had 3 permits a year. After opening, they had 300 permits a year. That's a huge testament to all the good work that you do. The New York Times actually did a story on it saying that young people like transit and chose to build their lives there. Public transit attracts people and businesses, and for that we thank you. Transit also connects workers to the region, and that's needed for business. Clackamas County business leadership recognizes this, and there was tremendous support for the light rail coming to the county. In fact, McMenamins only locates new businesses if there is access to transit, because that's how most of their employees get to work. Or, in fact, the Oregon City Transit Center is a great example of connecting Canby, Sandy, Wilsonville, and Oregon City, and it's very busy. So on behalf of CCBA, we'd like to thank TriMet for its efforts to provide transit across Clackamas County and the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nellie. Thank you both. Next, I'd like to invite to the table Rebecca Stavengard and Mary Bowing-Gardner. And I would love it if you help me say those things correctly.
Thank you. I'm actually in shock because you got it perfectly right.
I'm sweating it.
It's a rare occasion. Good morning. My name is Rebecca Stavengard. I'm on the Milwaukee City Council, and I'm honored to welcome you here to Milwaukee for your meeting. Our partnership with TriMet has grown over the years, from the creation of our downtown transit hub to the construction of the Max Orange Line and the planned expansion of the park and ride structure at the end of that line, which will benefit many of our residents who rely on Max to get downtown Portland for work and school. As we look to our future with TriMet and this partnership, our City Council has contributed funds from our urban renewal area to match your Better Bus investments to streamline trips along Harrison Street, which allows our residents to connect more readily to jobs, education, home, and community. Over the years, we've seen many changes to our city and, as Commissioner Savas mentioned, to our county. And it's critical that along with that growth, we plan for transportation infrastructure that our residents desperately need. About 20 years ago, I attended another meeting with TriMet. It was a community visioning meeting not that far from here. I was working for Clackamas County at the time and had spent the last several months visiting local high schools, talking with teens about what they wanted from transportation and transit in Clackamas County. They presented the summary of over 1,500 youth surveys, and that information was included in the federal application for what we now know as the Green Line. I've stayed in touch with several of those youth, and over the years, as they've transitioned to adulthood, those that live in a transit-rich area of Clackamas County continued to feel that sense of freedom, access, and connection. and those that lived at the edges of our service area slowly became more and more dependent on their cars to get where they needed to go. When I think about the next 20 years of Milwaukee's relationship and our partnership with TriMet, I hope that we're able to make many more investments together to deepen the service and the frequency of the lines that our residents rely on. Perhaps the most important investment being future ridership of the young people who reside in our county and in our city. And they will grow up seeing transit as a way of experiencing life. Today is not only exciting because you are here, but it's also, as you may have heard, the grand opening of New Seasons in Milwaukee. And there will be marching band and llamas and all of the things. But my teenager is very excited. And do you know why? Because what they look forward to most is taking the bus after school with their friends to get someplace where they can get a snack. So thank you for joining us here in Milwaukee and for your continued investments and partnerships across all of Clackamas County.
Good morning, Chair Gonzalez and directors and General Manager Dessou. My name is Mary Baumgardner, and I am currently the City Council President for West Lynn. And I would like to echo what my Clackamas County elected official colleagues have stated regarding the needs for some of the unmet areas for transit. But mostly I came to thank you for the new line in West Lynn that's going to be so important. It has been a very nervous couple of years for me serving on council and listening to discussions about tolling and recognizing the potential impacts to access for people who would be no longer maybe able to drive on roads due to tolling costs, but also having lack of transit options. So these conversations are really important to have, and I'm very grateful that we're having them. So thank you so much for the new line.
Appreciate it. Thank you both for your comments. Next, I'd like to invite up, again, I'll do my best here, Bering Sherpa and Bhakti Rose Dowdy. Sering? Did I get close? Not at all.
I'm pretty sure you're going to butcher it. But close, yes.
We're learning together today. Please introduce yourselves and share your thoughts.
Yeah, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Sering Sherpa, and currently I'm the Programs Director at the Rosewood Initiative, and we are a place-based nonprofit based in East County, Portland. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to be in this space today to provide this testimony on behalf of the Rosewood Initiative. In the past few years, Rosewood has had the most wonderful experience working with the TriMet team to lead community engagement efforts, to solicit community feedback on various campaigns, most notably Reimagining Safety, Forward Together, and the annual service change. Today, I am here to lend our most enthusiastic support for the new service lines, especially line number 86 that will be running along 148th Avenue. At present, there is a service gap between 122nd and 162nd Avenue in East Portland. And I believe the addition of this line, 86, would significantly improve the commuting experience of our community members, many of whom are transit dependent. Our community center, located in 141st and Stark, hosts numerous community programs and events. And I am optimistic and hopeful that the addition of this line would increase transit ridership and also improve the overall experience of those who rely on TriMet for their daily commute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bhakti Rose Dowdy. I'm the Director of Student Basic Needs Initiatives at Mount Hood Community College. I'm also a TIAC member and have recently been a member of Rockwood CDC's Task Force on Social Determinants of Health. I'm here today to represent folks who could not be here, including our associated students of Mount Hood Community College and our students who live all the way throughout Clackamas County and Multnomah County, especially North Clackamas County. I'm here to talk about the service changes, the bus 25 line that's proposed to potentially stop at Mount Hood Community College and have a stop there. As y'all may know about Mount Hood Community College, that we are positioned right in the middle of kind of urban-rural divide situation, and so we sometimes, folks will have to walk long distances literally to get from work to us, to get from affordable housing to us. We have very resilient community members and students, but we realize more and more that they're being kind of cut out of this opportunity to participate in education and meet their basic needs, including healthcare. This change would be so significant, not just for Mount Hood Community College District students and their families, but also for the other folks in the area, including Reynolds High School students and many, many others. One of the things that I want to make sure to share with you today from our associated students that I'm bringing today is that getting from work to school or to training, apprenticeship, et cetera, has been incredibly challenging, including clinicals. So basically like nursing clinicals and other types of healthcare clinicals, even to be able to participate in school. And recently, through some of the work with TIAC, we've been working with Sandy Transit to try and maybe make a partnership to connect to better to TriMet and to be able to access everything in the East Multnomah County area. So I'm here today to ask that you seriously consider investing in the Line 25 and the stop at Mount Hood Community College, and not only, like I said, to benefit the Mount Hood Community College District and our students and our families, but also many, many others. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimonies this morning. Next, I would like to invite to the table Emily Katola and Egan Denahy. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Hello, my name is Emily Katola, and I'm the Operations Manager of the Clackamas County Health Center's Behavioral Health Programs. Thank you for hearing our public testimony today. I would like to strongly advocate that this board adopt the proposal of increasing midday service for Line 29 in the FY25 annual service change. Line 29 passes by Lake Road Health Center, which is a new outpatient behavioral health clinic site for Clackamas County. This building provides outpatient therapy, case management, peer support, supported employment, and medication management services to clients of all ages. We provide mental health and substance use treatment services and offer treatment to adults, youth, individuals with severe and persistent mental illness, and individuals in specialty court programs who are involved in the justice system. Our health centers provides treatment regardless of ability to pay, and the majority of those we serve have Medicaid or Medicare insurance. Many of our clients rely on public transportation and TriMet to attend their appointments. Clients may not have access to cars or may not have driver's licenses. Often, we're supporting individuals with increasing their independent living skills by utilizing public transportation and TriMet to navigate through their communities, including attending appointments. Our clients have taken brave steps to seek support and address their mental health needs. We hope to reduce as many barriers as possible to seeking that help, including transportation. We strongly support the increased midday service, as well as the presence of a bus shelter and safe walking pathways from the bus stops to our health centers and nearby buildings. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Egan Denahy. I work with Emily as the program manager for behavioral health services at Clackamas Health Centers. Emily did a wonderful job of explaining what we are hoping for and what we want to share with you. What I want to do is let you know what an important partnership we have with TriMet, and it was probably one that maybe we took for granted. We have a new opportunity to move from our Oregon City campus to Milwaukee, double the size of our outpatient clinic, and we are thrilled at the opportunity to serve people in the community whose behavioral health needs have just gone up and up and up. So in relocating, we were able to talk with a lot of our partners, whether it be stakeholders and funders or agencies who give us, work with peer organizations, lots of partnerships in the community. And what we started hearing pretty quickly is, what about TriMet? What about access? And we were grateful that there is a bus line right at our new clinic, but the frequency just would make it very difficult for some of our clients to get to access these behavioral health services that so many people in the community need right now. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you both for your testimony. Next, I would like to invite up to the table Dorothy Von Eggers and Sarah Jacobson. Good morning.
Good morning. I do want to apologize for having to read from the paper. Please know, though, that this was the only way I could keep my thoughts concise and limit my speech to 3 minutes. Please know, however, that even though I'm reading from the head, I'm speaking from the heart. Today, the Planning Committee will be presenting you with the final proposal for TriMet's 24-25 Forward Together bus route changes. One of these changes include the 96 route, which I have been riding for the past 10 years. I am here today to voice my objection to one of the key components of this change, which is rerouting the bus off the I-5 Interstate Freeway. Once the 96 bus arrives in Tualatin, it leaves the park and ride and gets on the I-5 freeway to travel north into downtown Portland. Average commute time from there is 20 minutes. Could be as little as 15 in light traffic, could be as much as 25 minutes in heavy traffic. The proposed plan takes the bus off the freeway and instead, from Tualatin, heads east through Lake Grove, north up to Mountain Park, over to Capitol Highway, then onto the Barber Boulevard Transit Station, where, depending on the time of day, you may or you may not have to get off and transfer to another bus to get to downtown. Our commute just went from 20 minutes to a maximum 1.25 to 1.5 hours, one way. I understand back in 2022, when this was in the conceptual phase, ridership had decreased from COVID. TriMet was looking for ways to work with the shortage of bus drivers, as well as creating efficiencies. Fast forward to 2024. Ridership is picking up again for many reasons. One is due to the only 2 other express lines in this area, 94 Sherwood into Portland and 36 Lake Oswego into Portland, were discontinued with the 2022-23 Forward Together plan. These folks are now driving and bicycling over to the Tualatin Park and Ride and now use the 96 bus for their express route into downtown. Another reason ridership is picking up is due to more government, federal, city, state, and county workers and private businesses in downtown Portland are requiring their employees to pivot from remote working and come into the office and work on site. Many of these employees come from Salem, Canby, Wilsonville, West Lynn, Lake Oswego, Sherwood, Tigard, and King City. And once again, they're using the 96 bus to get to work. The 96 bus is unique as it is the only express line down I-5 from the area southwest of Portland that go directly into downtown. The West train from Wilsonville does not go into Portland, and there are no light rails that serve our area. Therefore, the 96 is just as much a vital utility for us as light rail is for others. The whole purpose of mass transportation is to get cars off the road, to decrease our carbon footprint. However, with no express route, those that can drive will now just drive into work. Those that can't drive or choose not to afford the extra $300 a month it will cost in parking fees and gasoline will change jobs and leave the core downtown area, which is unfortunate for the city, as I know they are trying to revitalize and support the service industry by bringing people back into downtown. Finally, others will have no choice but to endure a 3-hour-a-day commute and sacrifice their health and family. I have spoken with many 96 riders. They have voiced their concerns through feedback on your website, comments to customer service, and written testimony to you, the board. I implore you to review those concerns to see how this proposal will disrupt their lives and careers. I ask you to go back to the planners and request that they come up with an express shuttle route that goes from the Tualatin Park and Ride to downtown via the Interstate Freeway, run it Monday through Friday, morning and late afternoon rush hour only. Please support and invest in people who are trying to just get to work to pay the federal, state, and transit taxes that subsidize a majority of your budget. Please also support the college students who are our future that ride this bus to attend Portland State University and Oregon Health Science University. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Jacobson. I'm the Clackamas Health Center's Division Director. I want to thank you for consideration of expanding line 29 to include midday service and strongly advocate for the board to adopt the proposed changes. When Clackamas Health Centers opens our new outpatient behavioral health center later this year, this line will connect clients and the community to these much-needed services. This location will provide outpatient mental health and substance use treatment services to clients of all ages, regardless of their ability to pay. Transportation can often be a barrier for people seeking care, and the addition of midday service to this line will help ensure that those seeking services can connect to those services. Demand for these services has sharply increased in the last few years, and ensuring public transportation exists to serve the community in this way will have a positive and life-changing impact. Thank you for supporting the proposed changes to line 29 to include midday service, as well as the presence of a bus shelter and safe walking pathways from the stops to nearby buildings. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite up Marilyn Ogbonna and Daniela Valenzuela. And while they're making their way, I'll encourage, thank you for submitting the written testimony. I'll encourage anyone who's written down comments, you're welcome to submit those in written testimony as well. Encouraged even. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Ogbonna, and I'm a senior at Reynolds High School, and I'm speaking on behalf of our student community in support of enforcing Line 25. I want to shed light on the challenges many of our students face due to long commutes impacting our ability to participate in sports and other important extracurricular activities. I want to start by thanking you for this opportunity in inserting a new bus lane in our community. This is a much needed change, and it's saddening to miss out on these opportunities because of transportation challenges. Extending this line in our district could truly change the game for students like me. I have faced challenges over my 4 years, and though I want to stay engaged, it's become a challenge because walking an hour or two after sunset isn't really the brightest experience. Ensuring students have the time and flexibility to engage in sports and other events without the burden of how they're going to get home is important. Your support in advocating for these changes is crucial in ensuring students can lead a well-rounded life. Thank you for listening to my story and for joining me in striving for a more student-friendly and efficient transportation system. Together, we can pave a bus lane for a brighter future for all students in our community. TriMet's contribution towards making this change is appreciated and is essential for our growth towards becoming a more progressive society. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. My name is Daniela Valenzuela, and I am from Reynolds High School in Charlottesville. How many times have you seen a kid walking to school on rainy days, 5 minutes before school starts, or heard about a kid who can't attend after-school activities simply because they don't have a ride home? For many kids at Reynolds, this is a reality. Extending Line 25 is about equal access to a student's rights of education and opportunities. Extending it can increase the safety of students who have to walk near busy roads, or this can extend to reducing traffic during rush hours after school, which not only would help students get home more efficiently, but less stress on parents. Not only that, it would allow kids to get to school on time instead of them missing their first period or their classes just because they didn't have a ride. Just because they don't have a ride doesn't mean they should miss out on their education. If students have a consistent and or reliable ride to and from school, it can no longer be a barrier to students who want to do more. This alone can change students' lives. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you both for your testimonies. Next, I'd like to invite to the table Jorge Cruz and Sarah Ford Oades. And please correct me on pronunciations.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Cruz. I'm a freshman at Reynolds High School. Before I started, I want to say thank you all for your time. I'm here today to express why we need this Line 25 sooner than later. This issue not only affects me, but my community. I'm a student who's really involved in extracurriculars like speech and debate, student gov, and volleyball. This honestly would relieve so much stress throughout my day because throughout the day I'm like, how am I gonna get home today? You know, I have to call people like my family, and it's honestly hard for my mom because she works double shifts to put a roof over my head, which I'm really thankful for, but it's really hard for her to find the time to bring me home or pick me up, you know. And then she has to order me Ubers, which is hard enough for her because she's having to pay the bills. This bus would be like such a big help for me and everybody else at Reynolds High School, honestly. Especially me living in Glenfair, which is 15 minutes away from my school on a good day. But yeah, this would be such a big help. And I recently found out this has been an ongoing issue for 10 years, and it's astonishing, honestly. But yeah, this is an issue that is really like, that needs to be, you know, but yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you guys for your time, and thank you for listening to me and my peers. Hopefully this message resonates with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Ford Oades. I use she, they, he pronouns, and I am Clackamas Community College's Transportation Assessment Coordinator. I am a TIAC member, a Lake Road resident, and a frequent user of the Orange Line and Route 33. I appreciate you all meeting here today and welcome you to our campus. General Manager Dessou already summed up the amazing transit work happening in this area, but I just want to take a moment to orient anyone who is online or wasn't at the reception to the significance of our current location. CCC's Harmony campus sits 0.2 miles from 82nd Avenue and a mile from Clackamas Town Center, where you'll find the Green Line, 11 bus lines, and Clackamas County Transit Services connecting riders south. The route with the highest ridership of any TriMet line, Line 72, runs from Swan Island down 82nd to Clackamas Town Center, just that way. I say this all not just because I'm a proud transit nerd, but instead to provide context for the important transit work happening here, connecting residents of both counties with vital resources. Thanks to TriMet's partnership and programming, CCC has been able to greatly increase access to transit for low-income students. This past year alone, we more than doubled student enrollment in the CCC Fare Relief Program, providing free and reduced passes to low-income students. We continue to work on last-mile solutions, such as student bike rentals, and working closely with Clackamas County to increase connections to TriMet services. We are happy to announce that Clackamas County, thanks to the great work of the Social Services Department, now has lines from our Oregon City campus to Clackamas Town Center, as well as another shuttle to Estacada. Both are in service now and completely free to use to the public. In addition, the line running from our Oregon City campus to Clackamas Town Center also serves the new free Clackamas Clinic that is on our OC campus that provides free health care to all Clackamas County residents, regardless of insurance status. In addition, I am currently conducting a Metro-funded assessment project to better understand our student behavior and needs around transit. I'm excited for the opportunities and success stories that will arise from providing reliable, affordable, and accessible transit to our students. But even more than that, I believe CCC has an important role to play in connecting underserved regions of the TriMet Service District. CCC is excited to continue to improve student and community well-being with TriMet's valued partnership. I want to thank all the wonderful TriMet staff's continued support in meeting our community needs and for their patience with my many, many emails. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Next, I'd like to invite to the table Bridge Crane. And do we have any other signatories? Yeah, we'll go. Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, board members. It's good to be with you on these crazy hot reverb acoustic mics. Lovely. It was a pleasure to come here, successfully navigate the Route 152 stops just in front of this building. However, it was a little unusual to think about people trying to get to a college with a bus that doesn't get them right here until a little bit after 9. I mean, I know in my college days I was averse to classes that started before 10 o'clock, but I hope there will be some more thought given to the frequency and coordinating the 152 with the schedule here, even though it also serves ultra important places like Dave's Killer Bread and Bob's Red Mill along International Drive. When we go further west over there, we end up at the Orange Line. And sometimes when I go into town on the Orange Line, I take the sleeper car. I know you think that you just run light rail, but occasionally there are sleeper cars because the different governments in this area have not been able to construct a common sense solution where people can find a warm, dry place that is not the Orange Line. And when I call it the sleeper car, I mean that most rows have a person who, regardless of where they may be with substance abuse disorder, is exhausted, and the only warm, dry place they can find with minimum hassle is in the Orange Line. So I hope that you board members in your various interactions with other persons, including, I don't know which one of you were appointed by Kate Brown and how many appointments Ms. Kotek has done, but people, as is obvious in this area, really need a place for exhausted people, regardless of their substance abuse condition, to be warm and dry other than inside transit vehicles. The other thing I wonder about your jobs is how much you're enabled to really look at the real-time picture of what's going on. Are you granted logins so that you can review the hop card data and find out if they're, say, at the Orange Line, if people who pay full fare are extremely rare because they've decided that the commute experience you offer is just not worth paying whatever the full fare price is. So they're back on the roads, spewing out carbons, increasing traffic congestion. So I hope that as we try and stay modern, your work is not just asking TriMet staff for ways that you can get information and data, but that will develop a process so that you can essentially do your own research, that there will be more live dashboards. And really, they shouldn't be just for y'all. There should be, with the HOP system and various other data, nowadays when you ride on a TriMet bus, you can sit in the front and watch a little screen of yourself as the surveillance cameras flip through the places. But I hope that we'll get more transparency about ridership. And really, as a public, we even deserve to know, like, what lines are ultra critical to people who are economically disadvantaged. Are there lines that have almost no full fare swipe click riders? And then are there, sometimes I feel that way, and then sometimes I have to do something in downtown and I'm on a bus on 6, and instead of hearing beep beep, you're a poor person, I just hear beep, you're full fare, which I'm not sure is a great status to have. You know, I can mull that over, but when a person uses HOP, they're identified as either a subsidized fare or a full fare person by the tone. And I'm sure that was well meant so that a driver could ask if there was some suspicion that somebody was getting on wearing an Armani suit, carrying their Louis Vuitton bag, and they got a discounted fare. We could wonder about the economic justice in that. But it's probably not the best strategy to distinguish each person as they swipe by subsidized or non-subsidized fare class. So, of course, there's a lot of work to be done in addressing some of these issues. I will say that I don't know if the policies were maybe too draconian or too police-friendly for me, but even before we had the fentanyl emergency and I saw transit police working around the library, it has been a while since I could sit on TriMet and film people smoking off of foil across from me. So I do believe that there's been some success when you rolled out the campaign to increase awareness that inside a transit vehicle and even at a stop is not a place for you to pull out your glass bulb or your foil and expose other people, even children, to those contaminants. So thank you for the success on that. And of course, this week, Secretary of Transportation, Mr. Buttigieg, is a little bit busy with a catastrophe in Baltimore, but I believe we can have a country with more fareless transit. It's not that hard to even, for an ultra poor person like me, to occasionally go and visit other jurisdictions that have free transit that takes people sometimes 50 miles. So I hope that you'll always add that little thing to your long list of things the public would like you to do, is to figure out if we're already 60 or 70% public funded, what kind of robust, wonderful world would we have if we closed that gap and didn't have to invest time in fare enforcement or paying people to run a discounted fare program because there were just no fares. You should really consider how much human resources goes into getting people that are on food stamps and other low-income situations their discounted or free TriMet. If those hours could be freed up and we could turn those people into train operators so you wouldn't cancel 10% of the Orange Line trips, that would be awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time and for your testimony. Now I'd like to turn towards those who are attending the virtual public forum and have signed up to provide testimony virtually. I will acknowledge I do have other folks that have signed up to testify regarding ordinances, and before we leave the public forum, I will provide an opportunity for you to share your testimonies at this time. I will remind those folks that are here for ordinance testimony that we will also have an opportunity for ordinance-specific testimony when we come up to review those ordinances a little later on the agenda. So you still have a few opportunities coming up. But I'd like to respect those that have signed up for general testimony virtually and call them, this will be one, by name, to share their testimony online. So if you hear your name read out loud here, please go ahead and make sure your mic is unmuted and share your testimony with us online. The first person to bring the virtual public forum testimony is David Price.
Good morning. My name is David Price, and I'm a rider of the 1296 route, express route from the 12 Park and Ride to Portland. So first of all, thank you guys for all your services. I know you can't please everybody, but I'm here to add a little flavor to testimony from one of the other ladies that presented earlier. So my company is located just off Nato Parkway, and taking the 96 is just a no-brainer to get into the office from Tualatin. You know, it's 20 minutes door to door. It's easy, it's quick, it's efficient. My entire department of about 50 people are remote and have no intentions of coming back to the office. I personally go in 3 to 4 days a week, have a choice, and I enjoy it. The 96 is often full during core commuter hours and is extremely efficient. I did drive in one time in the last 3 months. I parked in a local parking structure and my truck windows were bashed in, so I have no intentions of driving in again. If the 96 gets redirected and it's going to take me an hour to get into the office, I'm probably just going to stay home and not support the local businesses that I go out to eat and buy coffees from downtown. So in short, I'm asking that we continue to leave the express 96 route from Tualatin Park and Ride into downtown Portland, at least during the core commuter hours of the day. I would appreciate it if we could make that possible. Again, thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next in the virtual public forum, Linda Smith. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gonzalez and directors. My name is Linda Smith, and I am currently the president of the Clackamas County Health Council. And you heard from some of the, I apologize, I had a little camera malfunction there. You heard previously from some of the staff of the Clackamas County Behavioral Health and Health Centers about the need for extended service for Line 29 on Lake Road. But what you didn't hear is what's happening and why that need is so great. Previously, for a couple of decades, the behavioral health centers were located up on the Red Soils campus in Oregon City, where they still currently are, but they were, the buildings that they were housed in is where the new county courthouse is being currently built. So all of those services were relocated to other office buildings temporarily while a new home was located. And that location of the new building is on Lake Road in Milwaukee. And it's a beautiful building. It's currently being redesigned inside to accommodate the previous clients that are currently from the Beaver Creek location or Cayen Road location up in Oregon City, and all the other people that have been needing behavioral health. So we need access for all of those clients to be able to get to the new facility from all over Clackamas County to come. And so that's why it's such a great need to have Line 29 more service throughout the midday, you know, because the behavioral health clients come multiple times a month, not just a single visit once every 6 months like you might go to your doctor or something. So we really have a great need, and we're so excited to hear that you guys are going to be adding more to that. And I'm just here to offer my testimony to really appreciate your consideration, and can't wait for that to happen. They'll be moving in just a few weeks to start using that new space. And anyhow, thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, I'd like to invite to the public forum Jennifer Jank, followed by Richard Salgado. Oh, I've just been notified we don't have Jennifer or Richard logged in. Reminder, you can still submit your testimonies in a written format, and if you need any help accessing the email address to do that, I refer you to our staff whom manages the public forum. You can come here, or if you're virtual, please, those that you reached out to about signing up, you can submit your testimony. So no Richard, no Jennifer, huh? Okay. I'll move forward with April Bertelsen, followed by Rachel Lofton. April, if you're online, please go ahead and share your testimony with us.
Good morning, Board President Gonzalez and other members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. Just want to check, make sure you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is April Bertelsen, a transit coordinator with the City of Portland, Bureau of Transportation, and I am here to comment on Ordinance 377 on the proposed FY 2025 service changes. I want to be clear that I'm not necessarily endorsing the full set of service changes proposed. However, I want to express enthusiastic support for a few specific bus service changes that we greatly welcome in Portland. As I've said before in testifying before you, transit is important to the City of Portland. A successful transit system that better serves riders helps us achieve many city, regional, and state policies around climate, equity, livability, how we grow, and how we move. One such policy is a 25% transit mode share goal. And increased transit helps meet PBOT's transit strategic plan core goal for moving people and goods and providing transportation options for a growing city. I want to voice support for several specific service changes that advance our plans and projects, including service improvements to bus lines 17, 40, 77, 87, and launching new bus line on 86, bus line 86 along 148th Avenue. A few things to note about those bus lines. Most exciting is the new bus line 86 along 148th Avenue. This has been a long-standing priority for East Portland to provide more north-south bus lines. This added service, along with making bus line 87 a frequent service line, is helping for TriMet to meet some conditions of approval from when City of Portland Council adopted the locally preferred alternative for what is now the Division Transit Project Line FX Line 2. We adopted that back in LPA back in 2016 and included these complementary bus services. And it is great to see these commitments being met and coming soon. We also support, as I said, the increasing service to frequent service for line 77 and 87. Both of these bus lines were part of our focus of PBOT's Growing Transit Communities Plan, adopted back in 2017, to improve safety and access to transit and support future frequent service changes. So it's great to see these coming forward finally now too. We at PBOT recognize that transit service alone does not make for a successful and complete transit system for riders, that it's about also the system to get there. So to help complement and support better bus service along line 77 and 86, we have invested PBOT funding and also sought and were awarded multiple Metro Regional Flexible Fund allocation awards to help invest in those access improvements, including sidewalks, lighting, bike facilities, and enhanced crossings to better access transit. And one of those will be coming up in the next cycle of regional flexible funds to help welcome the new service on 148th Avenue. Regarding bus lines 40, the new line 40, which is really taking over some old portions of the previous lines, along with line 77, 86, and 87. These services will help increase access to industrial areas and distribution jobs, including jobs in the Columbia Corridor and Swan Island, and increasing the span of service for accessing those jobs. This will help meet our 2040 freight plan, one of our strategy 5B, which is to promote and support freight industry job opportunities to provide upward mobility for low-wage workers as a strategy to reduce racial income disparities and support living wages for all. So thank you. This is important to us. I also think that these bus service moves are important equity moves to help benefit East Portland and beyond, and including benefit our neighboring East Multnomah County. They'll improve access to industrial areas and distribution jobs, as I mentioned. And together, these improvements will help build a more connected and frequent service service transit grid to allow people to reach more places overall, increasing their opportunity and mobility. I believe that will also help increase ridership. I commend TriMet staff for all their work on this proposal and continued commitment to implementing Forward Together with a focus on equity and ridership. Our community members in the city have been asking for years for these permits, and I'm excited to see them happen. Please approve these changes, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Rachel Lofton, followed by Michael Cohen. Rachel?
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Rachel Lofton, and I am the Housing Program Manager at Community Partners for Affordable Housing, a community-based housing nonprofit that's been serving Southwest Portland and Washington County for over 30 years. I'm currently managing the construction of Plumbeck Gardens, a 116-unit affordable housing apartment project located along Boones Ferry Road in Tualatin. When complete, this property is going to serve families earning between 30% and 60% of the area median income. This property brings much-needed 3- and 4-bedroom units to the area, along with a host of services to support our residents. We're anticipating beginning to lease up this property in the fall of this year. In addition to our project, there are currently around 100 homes slated to begin opening next door in the Autumn Sunrise neighborhood. This influx of new residents will need transit options. For our affordable housing projects to work, equitable access to public transportation is essential. The proposed extension of the 96 bus line to Boones Ferry and the addition of midday service will significantly improve the lives of our residents, offering an affordable option to meet their needs, whether they are commuting to work outside of traditional commuting hours or running to the grocery store. When public transportation is not available, vehicle costs take up a significant percentage of our residents' budgets and make paying for other necessary bills challenging, if not impossible. These transportation options are also essential in maintaining our relationship with the surrounding community. We often hear at community meetings that neighboring residents are concerned with the increased traffic demands that these new residents will bring to the neighborhood. Having these public transportation options allows us to point to data that shows that our residents and our properties often utilize public transportation and do not impact traffic in the same way other communities do. Overall, we believe this extension to be a great investment for TriMet that will significantly benefit the residents of our property as well as the surrounding community. Thank you for support of these changes to Line 96 and for your time this morning.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I'll invite Michael Cohen, followed by Tracy Platt. Michael?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm voicing the support for the FY25 proposals. So I'm Michael Kuhn, the District Transportation and Parking Manager for Portland Community College. Any additional service to the PCC district by TriMet will be welcomed and appreciated. This tremendously helps the current and future success of PCC students and staff by creating access. Adding line 96 to Sylvania and making line number 52 a frequent service to Rock Creek creates more options to our community, as well as helps meet transportation demand management goals surrounding sustainability. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, I'd like to invite Tracy Platt, followed by Allison Krause. Tracy?
Hello, I am speaking regarding Ordinance 377. Specifically, I'd like to address the changes to line 96. I am a resident of Durham, who's transit dependent. If the line does not continue utilizing the I-5 between the Tualatin Park Ryan and downtown, I'll be stuck between a rock and a hard place. As a commute longer than 75 minutes each way is not sustainable. Again, I travel from Bridgeport Village to the Mount Tabor area. I also take the bus to medical appointments a day a week. Usually get off at the South Harbor River Parkway stop and walk to the Orange Line, and then get to appointments from there. So I really appreciate if there would be some way to make sure that the communities around the PCC Sylvania area get serviced and the 96 line can continue to utilize the I-5 at least certain parts in the day, so people like myself who need efficient, timely transportation can have it. Thank you very much for all you do. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your testimony, Tracy. I'd like to now invite Allison Krause, followed by Doug Allen. Allison?
Hello, Board of Directors. My name is Allison Krause, and I'm the Senior Government Relations Manager at Portland Community College. I'm here today on behalf of PCC to testify in support of the fiscal year 25 proposals. Specifically, we appreciate the proposed changes to the 96 route that adds service to our Sylvania campus, as well as the increased service proposed for our Rock Creek community with the Line 52. Overall, public transit plays a vital role in supporting community college students by providing them with affordable, accessible, and environmentally sustainable transportation options, thereby facilitating their academic success and overall well-being. PCC is happy to support these service expansions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I'll invite Doug Allen, followed by Jairo Rio Campos. Doug?
President Gonzalez and directors, I'm Doug Allen from Southeast Portland. My comments relate to Ordinance 377, but I don't intend to testify further in the meeting on that. In January, the group No More Freeways filed a challenge to our regional transportation plan with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Simply put, the RTP uses false assumptions about future emissions of greenhouse gases from motor vehicles. By 2045, its climate analysis assumes a 31% reduction from today in per capita vehicle miles traveled. However, modeling of the actual planned projects shows essentially zero reduction. Assumptions include a regional tolling program now on indefinite hold, and predictions of improved gas mileage and fleet turnover that have not panned out. Whether or not the RTP is thrown out, we still need significant VMT reductions ASAP. Where is TriMet in this discussion? The public is demanding transit alternatives. This was a big complaint about the late tolling program. TriMet must stop looking at the current level of service as a zero-sum game where better service in one area requires reductions in other areas. Service reductions begin a death spiral of lower ridership, followed by elimination of routes or portions of routes. Simply concentrating more and more service on fewer streets and more widely spaced stops destroys access for many people. What level of service from TriMet is necessary for meeting climate goals? Is there a number in a plan somewhere? I believe that at a minimum, you need to double the total amount of service, and you need to be more selective about spending money on capital projects. You need to figure out where the money will come from, whether it's Salem in 2025 or regionally, or better federal legislation that will allow federal funds for operation. I appreciate the volunteer work you are already doing as directors, but our climate emergency demands an all-out effort to fund more service. If you are not willing to fight for this, you should consider asking Governor Kotek to appoint a replacement who wants to get it done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I'll invite for testimony Jairo Rio Campos, followed by Honorina Perez. Jairo?
Good morning, Director Gonzalez. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. This morning, I'm here as a Recreation Manager for Play East, a recreation program out here in East County, as well as Council President for the City of Wood Village. I'm here today in support of bus line extension 25 from Gleason Rockwood all the way to Mount Hood Community College. Just echoing those others that had testified before, the students of Reynolds High School. I just want to applaud their bravery for coming today and supporting this effort as well. Students at the Reynolds High School are in need of this service. Having the last few years, the school district having to go through budget shortages and bus driver shortages have really decreased their opportunities, as they mentioned, to participate in after-school activities, as well as day-to-day activities as going to work, commuting to home, and other opportunities that they have. As we look at increasing ridership, I think some of these efforts can start at the high school level, and Reynolds School District being one of the largest school districts in the state of Oregon, with the high school serving nearly 3,000 students. I think this is a great opportunity to encourage this ridership. This not only helps the Reynolds High School students and community, but it also helps those that attend Mount Hood Community College get to the college, to home and to work as well. East County does serve one of the highest poverty census tract in the state of Oregon, so this would also alleviate some of those burden ships there. Being able to connect to Max Lines and other businesses is a tremendous need out here in East County, and I really appreciate, again, the time and support in this efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And now I'll invite Honorina Perez to join us on the public forum. And joining Honorina, we have
Neifa Alvarez.
Neifa Alvarez, who will be supporting Honorina.
No, para que usted hable.
Can you hear me?
Sí, thank you.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Honorina Pérez.
Good morning, my name is Honorina Perez.
Estoy aquí apoyando para que a ver si pudieran poner la línea 25 para la Reynolds High School.
I'm here to support Reynolds, to put bus 25 for Reynolds High School.
Ya que tengo un estudiante ahí y otro en el colegio.
Since I have a student there and at the college.
Y pues sería un gran apoyo para los estudiantes que están ahí.
And it would be a big support to the students that are there.
Ya que muchas de las veces nos llaman que no hay quien maneje los buses y pues muchos de ellos.
A lot of times we get calls saying that there's nobody to drive the buses.
Y muchos de los estudiantes pues no asisten a clases porque no hay buses aquí cerca que pasen
and they don't attend classes because there's no buses for them to ride.
Y también cuando salen de clases tienen actividades.
And when they get out of school, they have activities.
Y también no hay quien lo recoja, como uno de padres, y a veces no maneja, pues no hay quien pueda ir por ellos.
And for some of us who don't drive, these students don't have somebody to pick them up.
Y pues así sería más fácil, ellos agarran el bus y ya llegan a su casa.
And it would be easier if they could just ride the bus and arrive to their homes.
Y como cuando hay conferencias o actividades para uno de padre, pues también sería fácil para llegar ahí más rápido.
And when there's conferences or activities, it would be faster and easier for the parents to attend.
Y pues ya que algunas de las veces también nos llaman que un hijo está enfermo y que vayamos a recogerlo.
And sometimes when we get the call that our children are sick and we have to go pick them up.
Y si no tenemos quien nos lleve, pues tenemos que agarrar muchos buses para llegar ahí.
And if we don't have somebody to take us, or if we can't arrive, we have to take many buses to get there.
Así es que sí me gustaría mucho que sí pusieran la línea, por favor.
So I would like it very much if you could put the line. Thank you. Please.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Lorena. Gracias por su testimonio. And with that, and thank you for your support. This concludes the public forum section of our public forum with testimonies that were registered in advance. I'd like to now open up the opportunity for folks that have signed up to provide testimony specifically on the ordinance. As you have already heard, there are individuals that have stepped into public forum to provide their testimony around the ordinance this morning already. So if you'd like to step forward at this time, I've got 4 signatories to provide testimony on the ordinances. I'm gonna invite, if you'd like to at this time, Timothy Murray, Melissa Chase, Jock Mills, Thomas Tinkler. I see folks willingly coming towards the table. I'll happily invite you to bring your testimony forward at this time. You can hang out through the board meeting as well, or save it until then. So let's see here. I'll go in order. Are you Timothy, sir? I'm Timothy Murray. Fabulous, fabulous. Is Melissa Chase available and interested in, would you like to wait or come at this time? Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Timothy, please, by all means, and I'll give the other 2 an opportunity to choose to wait or not. If the button is green, it should be working.
Now it's on.
Very much so.
Yeah, my name's Timothy Murray. I live in an assisted living facility called Laurel Park, which is on Northwest Central Drive in Bethany Village, which is out towards Beaverton, Hillsborough. I have lived there for over 8 years. I'm a volunteer photographer for some Portland area nonprofit organizations. These include Tualatin Hills Parks and Recreation District, Immigrant and Refugee Community Organization, IRCO, East County Community Health, and Oregon Tradeswomen. I'm concerned about and want to talk about the changes proposed for Route 47. That changes are the area that serves the area north of Highway 26 and includes between PCC Rock Creek and Stuckey Road, which is Kaiser Westside Medical Center. Thus, those areas north of Sunset will not have transportation directly to Hillsborough, Tannisburn Mall, Kaiser Medical Center, PCC Rock Creek, several Tualatin Hills trails and parks, Bethany Village, school, at least one school, and surrounding businesses and facilities, and those are outlined in green on the attachment. I also use 47 it takes 10 minutes to get over to Tannisburn Mall. I get a haircut once a month for what it's worth, and I go to Best Buy, Target, and Michael's. The second point I want to raise is I do a lot of using TriMet Lift. That's how I got here today, and that's how I got to get back starting at 11:30 this morning. I sense that if Route 47 is relocated away from the Bethany area, TriMet Lift is likely to be more limited for me, and that lift availability is determined by hours, local bus services within 3/4 of a mile of where I live. Route 67 will be the local bus service and operating hours, and those hours are much less frequent and the duration is shorter than 47. And I use Lyft for pretty much all my nonprofit volunteer work. I've done since the beginning of COVID about 140 projects with the nonprofits. Also, one more point is that the frequency of 67. I used to take 67, which runs from PCC to Merlo Max Station, and that used to run every half an hour. Since January, I think it was 2022, bus service frequency is now only 1 hour between. And sometimes you have to wait for up to an hour getting back from Max back to my house, and that's just too long, especially in bad weather. And that's basically the issues. And I put together an information, some maps for everybody to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we did receive your written exhibits. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
And now, let's see, Melissa, you will be waiting till we discuss when we bring the ordinance, or you'd like to come up at this time? Fantastic. And go for it. And while you're making your way up, Jock Mills, if you're interested in sharing your testimony at this time, there's more chairs. Wonderful.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the FY25 annual service plan changes to line 81. Thank you to Darren Lund for inviting me to join your meeting today. I'm the District Human Resources Manager for FedEx Ground, covering Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Alaska. This area comprises approximately 5,500 FedEx Ground delivery employees across 31 locations. This is in addition to approximately 3,500 direct FedEx employees in the Portland metro area. Since joining FedEx in 2006, and I started on Swan Island, I've been based out of the Portland metro market. I've attended many meetings with TriMet over the years, providing feedback on service to meet the needs of our FedEx employees on Swan Island, Troutdale, Reynolds Industrial Park or TRIP, Columbia Boulevard, and in Sherwood, Oregon. Dan Marchand, Darren Lund, and the rest of your team have been so helpful in assisting FedEx with route info, stop frequency, additional buses during our high peak times, soliciting route design feedback, and employee shift and commute support. In 2018, TriMet improved access to our facility in TRIP, Troutdale, in the Troutdale area, shortening the walking distance from the nearest bus stop from 2.2 miles to 0.6 miles. Thank you. I still thank you for that. This provided improved and safer access for our employees to get to work. So move to today. Each Saturday and Sunday, we have approximately 250 employees that report to our location on TRIP in Troutdale for an afternoon shift, and an additional 250 employees that are assigned to our early evening shift each Saturday and Sunday. Many of these employees are multimodal as they get a ride from friends to work and bike or walk home. Additional weekend service would greatly benefit this employee group, providing safe, affordable, and convenient access to our facility. TriMet's support of our employee base in Troutdale, out in Sherwood, on Swan Island, and our recently opened facility on Columbia Boulevard has been a great benefit to our 3,500 plus FedEx employees in the Portland metro, connecting them from schools to homes and their work at FedEx. Thank you again so much for your continued support of our employees in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jock Mills?
Good morning. My name is Jock Mills. I'm here to talk about the bus routes number 17 and 70. I'm currently retired and I live in the have lived in the neighborhood for more than 15 years. Proximity was one of the most important elements that we used to transit, that we used in purchasing the house that we purchased recently. And I've been riding the number 17 bus, which used to be the number 9 bus since the late 1980s. TriMet is trying to do everything, everywhere, all at once with this proposal. There isn't anything that hasn't been thought of and that hasn't been put down, and I'm here to ask you to slow down and think about some of the implications of the actions you're being asked to take today. This includes eliminating service to about 10 square miles in Northeast Portland on the number 17 bus. The current process is flawed. You got testimony from me. I submitted that last night if you've seen it. And it's also opaque. We can't see what you're looking at and what's driving your decisions. And you've largely been unresponsive to our comments. I'll just take a note with regard to this public process. A number of us commented in the fall, and we were never notified that there was another opportunity to comment in January, and we barely got comments in, and we were not able to participate in any of the public forums. We didn't know about them. We'd commented, and nobody took the time to let us know there was another opportunity. The major issue that I have is there are no metrics you're using to guide your decisions. We all know this is about increasing ridership, but we don't know what your targets are. You want to increase ridership, and you're spending a lot of money on more buses and more drivers. Those are ongoing costs that will only increase, and you're not giving us any idea at the increment on each of those changes for bus 17, for bus 70, what those changes are going to cost. So your own information tells you that the most important thing to increase ridership is knowing when your bus is going to be there. It's not frequency per se. It's if the bus isn't there when it says it's going to be there, you're going to lose riders. That's on top of eliminating over 700 square blocks of service territory. So the current bus tracker is great, but I got to tell you, as a frequent user, buses just disappear. They vanish. You don't know what happened, and then there you are again waiting for another bus. Your proposal has many of us now walking over 10 blocks to get to a bus. And if the bus tracker isn't working, the frequency of buses isn't going to help us at all. And so I'm urging you to rethink the frequency, and I'm sorry for going over time. Let me just finish on one point. Give the people who are on that 17 bus a target. What is the ridership you want? You complain about ridership being too low. Pause this change and give us an opportunity to hit whatever target is that you think this route needs to meet along the corridor that I've outlined. You have plenty of time. We can do that without doing everything at once. And be clear about what you're spending for each of the changes that you're opting for. Increasing frequency instead of fixing whatever it is that's wrong with your bus tracker so people know when their buses are there. I really appreciate this opportunity and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I have Thomas Tinkler also signed up. Welcome, Thomas.
Thank you. Good morning, and I would like to thank this board for the opportunity to say something to you today. Every day I ride the bus, except today, from Wilsonville down to Portland. And I am not the only one. There's many of us, especially in the Tualatin area. It's not so much in Wilsonville these days, but definitely in the Tualatin area. And we ride the 96. Now, the 96, it makes sense because you use Route 5. Whether you call it the 96 or not, Bridgeport is a hub, and it needs a direct line downtown. Even if I'm definitely inconvenienced if you cut the 96 out of Wilsonville, but I understand that. But most of the ridership on our bus needs to get to work, and we need to go directly to town. So it only makes sense to have a direct express from Bridgeport to Portland during the high-volume hours. I think it would solve some of the challenges you're hearing in that area, just to have a good regular bus route that runs express from Bridgeport to town in the morning and in the evening. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. And I want to say that all of us are very grateful for this bus route and these routes that get us to work every day.
Thank you very much for your testimony this morning. And before I close the public forum, I'd like to double check, do we have any other folks that have signed up, either online or in person? Did we ever hear from those that were signed up online? Okay. All right. Well, again, a reminder to anybody out there online or in person, we do also receive written testimony, and you can contact TriMet through our staff to be able to submit your public testimony. And before I close up the public forum, I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone that's come forward today. It's been a pretty hearty session this morning. Thank everyone for their patience. And I just want to extend my gratitude to community members, public officials, students, parents, business owners, and business representatives that have all, and individuals that have all come out today to take time out of their day and join us this morning to share their public testimony. We've heard a lot of feedback, and it's wonderful to be able to have the opportunity to make sure to receive that feedback and, by and large, to hear a consistent message of a deep interest in ensuring that TriMet is serving the public at its best. So thank you for that. You give us a lot to consider. Now, with that, then I'll go ahead and officially close the public forum, and I'd like to, I will remind folks, I will still open a public forum when we get to the moment for discussing the ordinance, in the event that someone is showing up later planning to testify for that. So with that, if there's no other members of the public signed up to testify at this time, I'll go ahead and close the public forum, and I will open our official business meeting. Now, as a point of order to my fellow board members, I will acknowledge, I know it's been a long morning, and I'd like, before we take a break, what I'd like to do is go ahead and open the business meeting and allow our general manager and the committee reports to be had. If that's okay with the board, we'll go ahead and proceed before we push to a break. Thank you so much for your persistence and patience. All right. With that, I'd like to go ahead and begin the general business section of the meeting, and we'll begin with board reports. First, we'll begin with a report on the Committee on Accessible Transportation, that is known as CAT, and ask Director Edwards to provide a report of its recent meeting. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a meeting last Wednesday, March 20th. Jan Campbell, the CAT chair, opened the meeting. We had the agenda and February minutes approved by those in attendance. Justin Rossman on staff shared information regarding fare mitigation. Such offerings as Instacart and gift cards were shared. APTA, which is the American Public Transit Association, is holding a mobility conference that will be hosted by TriMet at the Convention Center, April 28th through May 1st. The mobility conference addresses the critical priorities and challenges facing bus and paratransit systems and explores the changing environment in which systems operate in today's mobility landscape. Hopefully, we will have 4 or 5 spots for CAT members to attend. The CAT had 25 applicants, both virtual and in person, for new members. Of the large amount of applicants, there was a great diversity of age and geography. With all the good candidates, it was very difficult choosing the 8 that are recommended for the board approval. Michael Doan went over the budget proposal with primary issues: number 1, safety and security; number 2, cleanliness; number 3, service improvements and reliability; number 4, workforce development; number 5, climate action. Of major importance to the CAT is employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, especially when it comes to safety and security and service improvements and reliability. Dan Bauer gave a presentation on Portland Streetcar, Inc., which is a 501c3 that's city-owned and operated by PBOT. There are 70 shelters that are currently being fitted with new signage, and hopefully they'll take the suggestion to make sure that they use those that are sight impaired and in making those signage changes. A master agreement exists between TriMet and the City of Portland. Currently, a much-needed Citizens Advisory Committee is non-existent. The creation of this committee is critical to the CAT and the general public as well. With the new structure of the City of Portland governance, which is coming down the pike, this could be a major challenge. That concludes my report for the CAT meeting last week.
Thank you for that, Director Edwards. Are there any comments or questions from my board on the CAT report? It's always fascinating to hear of that engaged team, and I know they have a deep interest in supporting TriMet in this endeavor for access. Thank you, Director Edwards. Now I'd like to invite Director Lewis to provide an update from this morning's meeting on the Finance and Audit Committee. Director Lewis?
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. We did have a short meeting this morning about 8 o'clock for the Finance and Audit Committee. Two main items that were on our agenda was an update from Mead Bailey, our audit organization that will be presenting the coming audit. They introduced their team and provided a short audit scope of what they would be auditing. Some of those items include our financial statements, our payroll receipts, some internal control, and passenger miles. The term of the audit, the time frame, will be from April through August, with the opinion delivered in November. What else did we talk about? And then our investment policy resolution, which is part of the consent agenda today. So it was really a short meeting, but members of our board that were present at the F&A did have private time to, which is part of the scope of the audit, to meet with the auditors personally without TriMet staff. And we were able to ask questions, get some clarity. It went very, very well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Director Lewis. Any questions or comments from board members on today's F&A report? All right. Well, thank you very much. Now I'd like to have, on behalf of Director Kim, I'd like to invite our General Counsel, Shelley Devine, to share with us the report on the Metro Policy Advisory Committee. General Counsel Devine.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. MPAC met in February. At the February meeting, they discussed project feedback that they'd gathered during their public engagement on the Garbage and Recycling Facilities Plan. This information will inform the committee's recommendations to the Metro Council on future garbage and recycling facility investment plans. As part of the continuing preparation for the 2024 Urban Growth Management Decision, they also discussed Metro's draft regional population, household, and employment forecast. And this information is another part of Metro's 2025 Urban Growth Report, which will help the committee recommend to Metro Council whether an expansion of the urban growth boundary is necessary for our region to accommodate the next 20 years of housing and growth. And MPAC meets again tonight to recap the recent short legislative session and continue the discussion on the urban growth boundary discussion.
Thank you for the report. Fellow board members, any questions or comments about the MPAC report? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. I'm thrilled that Metro is looking at its overall facilities plan for solid waste management. It's been something that I think is critical to look at. So I'm glad to hear. I look forward to hearing what happens next. Thank you very much for reporting that out, General Counsel Devine. All right, now with no other questions or comments about MPAC, I would like to now invite, again, on behalf of Director Frisbee, I'd like to invite to the table John Gardner. Hello, Director of, and please, your title is so long, I get it jumbled. Could you please introduce yourself? And John will be sharing the report on the Transit Equity and Advisory Committee.
Good morning, President Gonzalez. My name is John Gardner. I'm TriMet's Chief Equity Officer, and it is long, the Executive Director of Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility. So Chief Equity Officer for short. And so I'm going to talk about the Transit Equity Advisory Committee that met in March. It was a very robust meeting. We have moved to quarterly meetings because of the fantastic community engagement work being done by Amparo Augusto and Jennifer Kuzer, with the ability to meet with individual TAC members every other month. And I think you saw 4 or 5 of those folks here today, so thank them for their participation. So in March, we talked about the Gateway North Max Station opening. It's a fabulous new addition to the system as part of the Red Line project. We talked about the TriMet receiving 12 of our 24 electric buses. And Red Line, as it continues to get closer and closer to being done, we talked about the Max Blue Line disruption. We also shared information about Senate Bill 1553. This bill will make drug use on transit a Class A misdemeanor. It was passed by the House and the Senate, and it's awaiting the governor's signature. If signed, the law will go into effect January 2025. We also celebrated the diversity bus wraps. If you've been anywhere on the system, you'll realize now we have over 20 bus wraps celebrating the amazing diversity of the region. This month, I believe it's Women's History Month. We also shared that it's time once again this year for our Access Transit grants. These are fair relief grants that provide up to $20,000 for nonprofits, community-based organizations, communities of faith to get access to free fare grants to make available to their communities. Last year, I think 120 nonprofits participated, so right now folks can go to TriMet.org and learn how to apply for those funds. Also, as you've heard, we're hiring, and we celebrated the fact that our community-based organizations are great referral sources, and already our amazing HR and labor relations team has vetted over 4,000 applicants just in this year alone. We also talked about summer internships at TriMet, whether it's through public affairs or different divisions at TriMet. We are taking on interns, so if folks are interested, they should just look on our hiring website today to get a sense of it. We had further discussion about Senate Bill 1553 with TIAC, and they're very interested in informing how we roll that out, how we communicate to riders on the system ahead of it actually being live. And also, they're really interested in to see how the safety response team members can work and support that work and be educators about the system change. And so we'll be working with safety and security to see how that could work. We also introduced our new language access program manager, Christina Bonilla. Next year, we'll be updating TriMet's language access program, which supports 12 large safe harbor communities that speak English as a second language. We also spent a large part of the meeting just letting the TIAC members sort of update each other on all the exciting things that happen. We have members, obviously all of the region's community college participate in TIAC, Street Trust, affordable housing partners, wraparound social service agencies. So we wanted to make a space for them to sort of share their mission and what's going on, and a lot of sharing and across sort of pollination was happening. We also had an update on TriMet's business plan that is now incorporated Vision 2030, and TIAC's very excited about jumping in and helping us with the ridership goals of that new initiative. And finally, we talked about the Fare Subsidy Work Group, which is allowing TriMet to look across the country at promising fare practices to see if we can learn anything to sort of enhance our success that we've experienced, and also how other transit properties are bringing in external funds to help buy down the cost of transit. And finally, we are getting close to identifying a new co-chair to work along Director Frisbee, and so we hope to report who the volunteer will be to take on sort of helping lead TIAC from a community perspective moving forward. And that's my TIAC update.
Thank you. Appreciate the report, John. Any questions or comments from my fellow board members? I don't see any, but not so fast. I did have a question. So the co-chair role, is that something that will be sourced from as a board member role, or is this outside of the board?
So the TIAC has two chairs. One chair is the board member liaison, and the other is meant to be a community-based organization representative.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Glad to know that. Thank you. Appreciate that. And other question, since TIAC is moving to what sounds like quarterly meetings, should we anticipate getting quarterly reports in our board meetings moving forward?
That's the plan, and we're looking to subsidize that with just the amazing work that's happening in our community engagement team. So you'll be getting, hopefully, if not a TIAC update, just a snapshot of what's happening with sort of all the efforts being done by community affairs or community engagement staff.
Good to know. Thank you. Yes, it would be wonderful to continue to have some avenue to know what's going on with our community engagement efforts, whether it's inside of a TIAC committee or surrounding that prep.
Yep.
Thank you. And thanks again, and I'll simply echo John's acknowledgement of TIAC committee members showing up and testifying today, and I want to extend my gratitude to TIAC committee members for helping us in the rollout of the fare subsidy programs, in participation in the committees, in helping us take advantage of the fare support grants and helping us distribute those to constituents throughout the region. I'm encouraged to hear that you want to participate in helping us increase ridership and being part of our vision. We could not do this without you. So thank you, thank you, thank you very much. All right, moving along, I'd now like to turn to our general manager for his monthly report. General Manager DeSue.
Good morning, President Gonzalez, members of the board, elected officials that are still here, community partners. Thank you for being here with us today. TriMet staff, I see we have you in the audience as well, and the public. Thank you all for being here today. I want to start off by sharing my appreciation to the friends here in Clackamas County and the college here at Harmony campus for hosting us today. Really, and if we just give them a big round of applause, I want to just do that. We're extremely happy to be here and really engaging with you all. In my report this morning, Mr. President, we will share timely information on our February ridership. We'll bring you up to speed on the progress with the Better Ed project. We're going to provide an update on our business plan. We'll provide an update on safety and security data from 2023. And we're going to celebrate an award for our transit-oriented development at our Hollywood Hub. And then we'll do a look back at our agency-wide observation of Transit Driver Appreciation Day. So I'll start with our ridership. For the month of February, TriMet provided 5.2 million rides in February. Our average weekly ridership was about 1.2 million rides, or 1.25 million rides. And that's an increase over last February by 13.8%. Our overall ridership for the month was about 66% of pre-pandemic levels. So if you keep in mind, we had the major MAX disruption for a Better Ed project throughout the whole entire month. But there are bright spots in the data. Our weekly bus ridership in February reached 95% of pre-pandemic levels. And listen to this, our weekend ridership on frequent service bus lines surpassed pre-pandemic levels by 5%. So people are coming and utilizing the system. And it's a fact that we are offering more frequent service with our Forward Together service concept, and we're continuing to improve frequent service and weekend schedules to bring even more riders on board. So now I'll kind of transition into an update on our Better Ed project. This project is rolling right along. It's already improving reliability across the entire MAX system, and the extension of our MAX Red Line into Hillsborough has just reached a major milestone. So on Sunday, this past Sunday, we reopened a stretch of MAX Blue Line in Hillsborough after a week-long disruption. This is our last planned disruption of the project, and it was needed to prepare this section of track for rehabilitation and for additional Red Line trains that will be running between Beaverton Transit Center and the Fair Complex Hillsborough Airport stations starting in August. Earlier this month, on March 4th, the new Gateway North MAX station, our very first new MAX station in 9 years, opened as well. And we are serving riders heading from PDX towards downtown Portland and also onward to the west side. Along with that station opening, riders are already benefiting from the double track and other improvements that have been made with this project between the airport and the Gateway Transit Center. So we're still on track. There's work to do. We're truly on track towards a Better Ed and the West Side extension opening on Sunday, August 25th. So now I'm going to move towards our business plan. We're going to get an update from our Senior Director of Planning, Alan Leto. This morning, Alan has a look at the final version of the plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2029. So Alan, if you should be coming up.
Thank you. President Gonzalez, members of the board. I cannot see what you can see on the screen, so I might be looking over my shoulder every once in a while. The full business plan, final plan is in your packet. I understand the presentation was not. The presentation is just a highlight of what's in the plan. So nothing brand new here, but to give you a high level. Again, I was in front of you in January with the draft, and we have since had a review period and gotten comments back and made edits based on those, including some comments from the January board meeting itself. On the next page, just the reminder, that was January 24th. The public comment period went through March 1st. We've made edits since then. The current draft is still available at trimet.org/businessplan, and the new version will be available soon. That plan goes into effect July 1st, July 1st, 2024, which is the start of fiscal year 2025. On the next slide is the pillars and focus area. This is the Vision 2030 guided structure for the business plan, which gives us the 5 pillars on which to focus and the focus areas in each one. I've talked about those before, so I won't belabor that. And the basic structure on the business plan on the next page talks about that structure briefly, gives the measures and performance over the past year so that we understand where we've been, where we need to head. And then the 5 pillars present actions, ridership focused on increasing ridership, community in terms of serving and connecting, people in terms of supporting our TriMet team members to make sure that we have adequate staff to be able to provide the necessary service and that they are happy to stick around and contribute to the mission. Infrastructure to maintain and build transit infrastructure, and then the resources to make sure that we are stewarding what we have and optimizing that for service. On the next 2 slides, there are the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and challenges, and several additions that were made based on comments, including from the board meeting in January. You can see those additions there. And that, again, provides the background for the actions that we identify within the business plan. So we have those in mind as we are identifying what we need to do to try and take advantage of strengths and opportunities and to work to offset weaknesses and challenges. On the next slide, in the progress and accomplishments, a few things worth identifying. One of the things we do in the business plan, in addition to the measures looking at how we're doing, we also look at what we've accomplished over the past year so that we can think about what needs to be done beyond that. And while we are not yet back to full pre-pandemic service levels, you will hear a substantial, the description of a substantial increase that is proposed for FY 2025. But even now, I'm happy to say that we have been able to expand service. We are hiring additional operators. We are able to retain so that we have more operators now than we did last year. We have more service now than we did last year. We're able to provide more benefits to our communities than we did last year. Still more to go, but progress. We have been able to increase presence on the system so that the experience of our riders is improved. In addition, the Type 6 Max light rail vehicles, which are replacing the old original light rail vehicles that are now 38 years old, have started arriving. They're in final testing. We should start seeing those in the next few months out on the system. Just a reminder that we are continuing to use renewable and electricity and diesel, and that continues to substantially cut our climate emissions, which are pictured on the next slide. You can see back to 2017, which is as far back as we go with the detailed estimates. But the dramatic drop from 2020 to 2021 as we began that transition through to 2022 as we made that transition more full so that almost the entire system for most of the year was running that way. 2023 is not quite done. There's a lot of details that goes into this, but we expect to see just a little bit more improvement there as well. So very happy with that very substantial change. On the next slide, a few more items going towards, again, the reduction in climate emissions, the 24 battery electric buses that we are receiving and starting to put in service soon. In terms of the people side, we reintroduced the rodeo at TriMet, which is the employee opportunity to show off their skills and have a little fun with buses and maintenance activities. And we are hosting the International Bus Rodeo at the end of April in Northwest Portland. Proves to be a great event, and I'm happy to say all of the folks are excited about that. We have lots of people signed up for it. Yeah, Sam already mentioned the Better Ed line, the new station, of course, and we are always on the outlook for a potential, including replacing the Type 2 vehicles when they become needing replacement. The next slide shows some examples of actions. There are, of course, dozens within the plan, within those 5 categories, the 5 pillars. These are some examples of things that we're trying to do over the next 5 years, 25 through 29. So, final page going forward, the plan goes into effect July 1st, as I said. As we develop Vision 2030 with more and more detail, that will continue to inform the individual actions within the business plan as we go each year, striving towards that goal. And as I mentioned, it is always available to anybody at trimet.org/businessplan. That's all I have to share on the business plan today.
Thank you, Alan. You'll probably be called back up at the end for questions. We're going to continue on through the general manager report, if you're okay with that, President Gonzalez. Okay, now we're going to check in with our Executive Director of Safety and Security, Andrew Wilson. Andrew's going to provide a brief update on safety and security efforts and outcomes from 2023. Our focus is to continuous improvement in this area and really making it better on board for our riders and our employees. So Andrew, you got it.
All right, thanks, Sam. Thanks, President Gonzalez and TriMet Board of Directors. Andrew Wilson, Chief Safety Officer. You may recall we kind of went through an annual report back in October when we were out in Gresham. I wanted to get back in front of you with the data for the full year, which we now have, so I'm going to go over some key metrics just so you can take a look at that and also talk about some things that we're working on into this next year as well. So just a quick update on safety and security staffing and the increases that we've made there. Been pretty significant, so the end of year totals there on 22 in that column you can see, and then also the end of year totals for 2023. So you can see we've made some pretty significant gains in those areas. This is a consistent area of feedback that we get from our customers when they want to consider writing TriMet again. They really want presence there. We've heard that in the Attitude and Awareness Survey. So some of the goals and outcomes I think that we've been really focused on are all on that key metric of increasing presence this last couple of years. I think we've done a good job of doing that, which is alongside some other innovations that we've been doing recently. You may recall some updates I've done on the safety monitors as well as the safety barriers that we have out there for operators, extending those. Those are now fully installed out on our bus system. You heard mention actually some testimony this morning about kind of seeing that monitor out there. So people are getting used to that. I think it does add a sense of security and again are impacting kind of some of the key metrics that we're seeing in decline, these two efforts. So really proud of the teams and particularly the maintenance teams in getting this installed alongside IT for the monitors. So next slide, please. So here are some of the results. So this is the all-in number. We got this from the Multnomah County Sheriff's Department for 2023. You can see the calls for police service have come down now 3 years in a row. So this is a good metric. It's a good testament to us improving safety and security out on the system and building the perception of safety as well, which is really important to our ridership gains. The next slide you'll see we've really been targeting, trying to reduce the incidents targeting employees. So these are kind of employee assault type scenarios. We've really done some big work in this area. This is partially impacted by that improved barrier because you can't get to an operator, throw things, because that's caught up in this number as well. If you throw something at an operator, spit at an operator, et cetera. So that's been helpful. But also the presence and the monitors and just better partnerships. So we're working in a good direction. So you can see that in that metric, which we've been targeting or capturing this same metric for some time now. So next slide, please. This is the reported smoke and fumes. You've heard me talk about this before. You can kind of see this starting to go down. Again, we heard somebody this morning testify that they're seeing less of this kind of activity, which is what we want to hear. So we're going to continue to move in this direction. So this is the max incidents that are out there. And the next slide has the bus incidents. So a little bit more up and down on bus, but smaller numbers in general. So we're getting to a point where this presence, I think, is starting to move some of this behavior off. You've heard me and others testify in support of different initiatives down in Salem to try to produce outcomes where we can really control this type of behavior and limit it and move it off the system. So really appreciate some of those partnerships in the community to achieve those outcomes as well. So we're going to continue to focus on this. We cannot have drugs on our system. It's not going to happen, so we're going to continue to focus on that. Next slide, please. Wanted to give you an update on the safety response team. This is that group that we have developed over the last couple of years outside of the Reimagine Public Safety Initiative. These are the all-in numbers for 2023. You can kind of see the amazing work this group is doing in our community, touching lots of different people, some of the most vulnerable in our community. One metric that's not on here, but they do carry Narcan, we've talked about in the past, and they have been a part of several different heroic actions, this team, to bring people back to life and keep them alive in really difficult circumstances. And so really proud of this team. They're doing good work in the area. I get lots of requests from community partners for the SRT to become involved outside TriMet, so we have to kind of limit that, but we always want to try to use this as a tool to educate others about how they can impact the community. So really proud of the safety response team and their efforts, and you'll get more data on them in 2024. Into this next year, you've heard me talk about the Security Operations Center. This is going to be a very, very big add for our agency, for our employees and our riders. We did get the first class of security dispatchers, TriMet employees, here into a training in February 26th. They're now getting that completed, and these folks will start to work here at TriMet as a dispatcher, a security dispatcher. First time we've ever had that, to be able to dispatch some of these significant resources that we have out there. The design and build-out is still underway, but we think probably into the summer we'll be done with that, and they'll actually have the ability to work out of that facility. And we're also, we have some CAD software in procurement, which we're going to be talking about later today. Actually, it's in your board packet, a resolution to approve a security software package. CAD, computer-aided dispatch, is what that stands for. So there's dispatching resources, but there's also really good metrics that we're going to be able to get out of this system, and I'm really, really focused on that as we are, as an organization are as well, because as we try to chart our ridership gains, it's really important that we understand those security incidents, where they occur, when they occur, how they impact the rider experience. So we're really leaning into a good piece of software there that I think is going to get us to a good place alongside these dispatchers to really understand what the experience is and capture all of those data points, which will then come back to you as well. So, and lastly, I'll just give you kind of some more 2024 priorities. Just for your awareness, you're going to start to see blue light phones. This is not an actual physical thing that's out there. This is computer generated, but this is what they'll look like. You'll be able to press a button, which it'll prompt you to, if this is an emergency, call 911, but you can connect directly to the security center. And so you'll be able to talk directly with folks in the Security Operations Center when you're out there on the system. These phones are going to be replacing our payphones out on the system, which is kind of something the entire industry is moving towards. Obviously, probably should have done a while ago. But we're getting to that point. So really excited to bring that out there. You'll start to see that. You'll start to hear about it as well. We're still on access control. I'm excited to talk about how we can get what's at Hollywood out to the other Banfield elevators from an access control perspective, as well as the grade separated areas that we have. You think about like Hollywood, to be able to have access control, to be able to get down into the platform and to be able to control who can go down there, make sure they're riders, because that's a ride paid for area, as well as other elements out in the system. We've actually used safety security funding to hire some project managers on contract that are working in E&C to help us with that initiative. So we're pushing that forward as well. And lastly, building back the transit police division, Really appreciated this morning. We had command staff from Oregon City. We had command staff from Milwaukee. Both of them are getting back in or talking about ways to get back into the system. Milwaukee right now is committing an officer to us in July. We have several detached members, which means they're working overtime for us. So really excited to have that group back with us. And we're going to be working with others. There's a long list of folks that we're working with to re-enter the Transit Police Division. Our MCSO captain is here with us today. He's our transit chief, Matt Jordan. He's in the back. I won't make him stand up. He'll be embarrassed. But excited for you guys to get to know him. We're really excited about the Multnomah County Sheriff's Department partnership and their leadership in this space to lead our transit division, and they do good things for us every day. So I'm going to stop talking there, but I do want to pivot and kind of introduce a video. And I mentioned this last time, but TriMet.org/personnel has great videos just about the different teams that we've got on the system. Really appreciate the partnership with Public Affairs to get that going. This is the latest one, and it's on our Customer Safety Supervisor. These are our code enforcers. They do all code enforcement, but also includes fare enforcement as well. We've grown this team now up to 51, and they do great work on the system. So I'll stop there, and we can cue the video.
I believe my role is to be very informative, courteous, and knowledgeable about the system. We want to make sure that people feel safe and secure, and if we see something, say something, and we want them to, if they see something, say something to us. They are safe because we have a big presence on our system, and if you see us, you can be assured that we're looking out for your safety.
Any kind of problems, we will deal with them. When we're on the trains, we give people that sense of, all right, someone's here, someone's helping us, someone's there for us. I was a bus driver for 4 years, and I got to see a lot of stuff that I felt like I could help. What I find gratifying, I've had thousands of people thank me because I've got on the train. We're there for them. Without them, we wouldn't be here. My main goal is to give them the best ride they can have.
Andrew, thank you on that. As I like to say all the time, it truly takes a village. And I do also want to thank law enforcement for being here today. Want to thank Multnomah County just as well as Clackamas County, and then all of the agencies that work with us. Also, I want to call out our fire and our emergency technicians that's out there too that respond to our situation. So really appreciate it. So thank you for that. Now I'd like to take a moment to highlight how TriMet's Transit-Oriented Development Program continues to make a difference and receive accolades. The Hollywood Hub project that will transform underutilized land at the Hollywood Transit Center into hundreds of new affordable homes just received this new special recognition. It was with honor from the Portland Design Commission, the 2024 Award for Design Excellence. The Hollywood Hub is made possible only through strong partnerships, and we're really incredibly grateful for the level of commitment and dedication by Hoist Architect, and also Bridge Housing and the City of Portland in bringing this vision for affordable housing on the doorsteps of transit to life. The Design Commission Award celebrates good design and recognizes the project's role, with one of the quotes was, positively shaping the public realm. And driven by the Design Commission's expectations for high-quality design and community investment, the project sets new standards that will have a lasting impact on the future of transit-oriented development in our community. One of the commissioners called it out the most robust TOD project that the Portland region has ever taken on. So congratulations to everyone involved in helping to create this inclusive, equitable, transit-oriented community. And I want to just recognize a few people. I want to recognize TriMet's engineering and construction employees that headed up this transformation of the new transit center to really make way for the Hollywood hub. And I want to, call out two of the project managers. One is Scott Spears, and I don't know if he's here today, but if you are, just raise your hand so that the board can see you. Also want to recognize Alba Rodriguez, DePoso, and Tanya Ruffer. Just want to say congratulations there. And then I want to also recognize our TOD team for their work on this here. Lance Ertz, Guy, Ben, and Fiona Lyon. So if we can give a big round of applause to them, let's do that. Thank you all. And then last but not least, this morning, while we hope everyone thanks their bus driver, the driver of Max, streetcar operator, West engineer, and Lyft drivers every day, we had a great time with a special celebration of them on our Transit Driver Appreciation Day on March 18th. So we got some slides up here so that you can actually take a look at some of the things. Even I got our COO to hug our hop card person that's out there as well. So take a look at some of these photos from the human tunnel of appreciation on the Transit Mall. It was absolutely amazing. It was a great agency-wide effort that we went through. Our Transit Driver Appreciation Day is an annual celebration that's now observed in some form by transit agencies across North America. But to you, it's probably no surprise that TriMet started the widespread recognition of transit drivers right here in Portland, where riders are known for thanking their operators. So I just want to say again, thank you all. Thank you to our drivers. We are extremely grateful for our operators who are out there on the front lines day in and day out, connecting our community with opportunity. And want you to hear directly from the executive team and the leadership here, our operators are doing more than moving people from point A to point B. You are helping them make connections to a better life. And that's powerful, and it's very important work that you're doing. And really, truly, from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you to every operator that operates. So with that, President Gonzalez, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, General Manager Dessou. And on behalf of my fellow board members, I extend our appreciation to all of our operators of all the vehicle types, and it's all year long that we appreciate your services, but what a treat to see the festive photos of how we were able to say it out loud and in public. So thanks once again. Okay, so that was a lot of information. Thank you very much. I saw my fellow board members chomping at the bit to ask a few things about some of the things you've covered. So before our break, I'd like to open the opportunity up for board members to bring comments and questions, and I'm going to go with Director Edwards first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, I have a couple of questions, if you could field for me. When and where are the employee incidents occurring? I know they're on fixed route primarily, but what time frame, or when are these usually happening? At the end of break, or when they take a break and get off the bus to take a break? When are these occurring?
Yeah, we do actually have some strategic analysis that we've done on that. I'll tell you, surveillance has been very helpful with that too. We've been able to kind of go out and plot map certain areas, do heat map identification. In the evening is where we notice most of kind of assault type scenarios develop, but it's difficult because they do happen all day long. We had one just last week that was in the morning, just during TDAD, which is really unfortunate. So we have, it does happen all at all hours, but focus more on the evening hours. Certainly locations are very, there are certain locations that we staff at, particularly because those incidents are higher. So we do that. I will say that this security software that we're kind of heading towards, where we can do kind of more predictive modeling than we've ever done before, is going to be very helpful for us to really kind of think about the right resources at the right time. We've developed a pretty good tool set in terms of different teams that are out there right now to address different types of issues. You might send somebody different if you're dealing with a houselessness kind of drug use issue versus some of the crime issues that we have. And so separating those out and really dispatching the right resources is where we're headed.
Thank you. On the blue light phone, if I'm sight impaired, how do I access that? How do I know where that is going to be?
Yeah, that is a difficult thing right now. We don't have anything like channelization on the ground or whatever for the sight impaired to really lead them to that location. We are going to be doing a lot of outreach and communication about the fact that these are out there now. If you can navigate to the actual pole, the button is big, you can get to that pretty easily, but directing people to that resource is difficult. I'll say, you know, nowadays most people have a cell phone so that they can make calls, but what this does two things for us. Number one, it really has that ability for somebody, if they can make it to that button, that will be able to connect with the security desk, and we want that out there for our riders. It also shows that we're making investments in security. These are very visible, they're very bright out there, and it tells everybody that there's a dispatch capability from a security standpoint. So if you're a rider, I think this is going to build some safety and comfort along those lines.
Great, thank you very much.
Fellow board members? Director Lewis.
Hi. It was a great report, Director Andrew. My laptop's not working, but I had a question on slide 8. Can you bring up 8? It was pretty much the data that you had, and it was not in a comparative form. So could you give us a little information on the non-destination riders? It was about 1,300. Is that getting better, higher, increasing, or?
Got it, yeah.
I was going to call yesterday and talk to you about it. But it would be good if you could do some comparative compared to, there it is, slide 422 to 23. And then you also noted that the software that's going in will help augment the numbers and figures, but it was hard to understand which is increasing, and so if you could give a little bit.
Yeah, so the safety response team we've been developing, over the last couple of years. We started with 8 back in 2021. So the numbers have been growing. They're not apples to apples because with more people out there, they'll have more contacts. Right. This is the largest amount of people that we've had out there developing this type of activities in 23. Back in, I think we only had, I want to say 30 back in 22 for the majority of the year. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to, do you get what I mean? Because this is the group that is actually making those contacts. Now, I can envision we could be expanding this group even further, but I think we could do some comparisons on the number of personnel versus the number of contacts to kind of have some data elements. The security software will be used by the safety response team, but it'll be used by all of the teams. So it'll be able to give us a snapshot of what the SRT is doing, what security is doing, the types of contacts that are out there. But the SRT, when they say non-destinational passenger, this means that they've interacted with somebody who's obviously riding the system without fare, without any place necessarily to go, and they're making that contact from an SRT perspective. This isn't a code enforcement activity. These aren't code enforcers, but they're charting that activity. And so to your point, going into future years, we're going to have some good data on how many folks they're interacting with that have that need.
Okay. And then my other question is on the welfare check. Is that on the system or, at the platform?
Yeah, good question. It's on the system. So this is on the TriMet system. Having said that, what's nice about the SRT is if they're at a bus shelter or they're out in the community, they're going to do that contact. But that's still, from our perspective, those are people that are accessing our system. So it doesn't necessarily need to be on physical real estate. It can also be out at a bus stop or a shelter, riding around on a bus, riding around on a train, those types of things. So they're doing a lot of work out in the community.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other board members? Your hand is still up. I don't know if that's because you have more questions. Okay. I do have a question, and the comment, and both are sort of along the same line of thinking. Thank you for the information. It's wonderful to see updated and refreshed values on both the incident counts, but also on your staffing. And it's wonderful to see that spectrum from enforcement of laws and customer service and support of riders starting to really span and touch each other and see some overlap. So to that end, I wanted to clarify something. Just before our meeting started today, I had the pleasure of interacting with some fellow TriMet staff that refer to themselves as the TriMeteers. Is that part of your overall arsenal of spectrum of safety response? Where do they sit in the customer service to safety world?
The TriMeteers. That could be a variety of people. Is this because I might be a TriMeteer. Sam might be a TriMeteer.
Lonnie or either Roberta, why don't you come on up and talk about it?
While she comes up, I will say, out at trimet.org/personnel, I messaged this last time, but we've done a lot of really good work with Nate Smith's team and the on-street customer service team.
Okay.
They're out there as well. They're green jackets, and they're a form of presence. And so they are out there on that same website when it says safety and security personnel. You'll find them on there, and there's a video about them as well. So, Roberta.
Hi, Roberta Allstadt, Director of Communications. We do need to add the TriMeteers to that webpage. The TriMeteers are part of our marketing efforts, and they're helping expand our outreach capabilities. They go out to a bunch of different events to encourage people to use TriMet and to educate them about TriMet and get them excited to come on board with us.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I agree, adding them to that sort of outward-facing overall presence. I think from the perspective of riders and the public, they're all presence, from the person behind the wheel to on the platforms, wearing the swag, flags them as someone that we can and should be able to rely on for information and support. So I think that's helpful. And that leads me to the comment, and this is kind of a heads up. I know that we have a few decisions to make here on today's agenda around, as you referred to, the software package. We saw the image in the slides of the Safety Operations Center. I don't recall the term.
Security Operations.
Security Operations Center, thank you. I mean, it looks like we're in staff, in infrastructure, in technology, hardware, software. We're sort of tuning up in many areas and increasing our visibility and our capacity. Whether it's with the uniformed public presence or whether it's the software, hardware, I'm encouraged to see us continuing to reinforce that spectrum between enforcement to public service. And I'm really curious to see how, as you roll out these capabilities from a software and operational center standpoint, looking at hotspots and all the predictive modeling and whatnot, how you can help enhance our benefit to not just the safety and response side of incidents, but also the ability to help increase the ability to serve and predict potential static or bottlenecks in the use of the service. I want us to both make it safer and easier for our public to use and learn the system. So, to the ends of one of our public forum testimonies, as we get better resolution data, really trying to understand how we make information either more directly available to users or how our outward-facing staff are able to access that data so they can be better at serving the public. To me, that's where we get to the really fun part of this.
Agreed.
So thank you. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I think that's a wonderful presentation, and thanks for the update. So high of mind for our riders. Questions, comments, anything else? Okay, so as promised, what I'd like to do now is take a small break before we get into the next batch of items on the agenda. But before I do, respectfully, General Manager Dessou, anything else with the General Manager's report?
No, I appreciate it, and the comments that Director Edwards and Director Lewis made, we'll follow up with you. I think that we're going to go back to Kat, get Kat involved with the Blue Phone on the sight impaired piece and get some information. So we'll be talking to our director, Eileen, and her team to follow up on that. And also for the conversation on the non-destinational routers, we'll take a look at that and get that comparison, look at that information, and get it back to you. With that, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we do have a lot of items on our agenda to discuss, including the service plan changes that were proposed in the ordinance, but we'll get to those after our break. So I'd like to go for 10 minutes. We'll meet, we'll come back and reconvene at 12:10. So I'm kind of rounding a little bit there. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. All right, we've got 2 more minutes, 2-minute warning. We're going to go ahead and get started. In 2 minutes, please make your way to your desks and seats and or resting places. Yeah, I know. On-time performance. Let's do this. All right, I would like to reconvene our meeting now. Thank you, everybody, for the patience and the understanding as we got through that break. There was a lot of spirited discussions happening, so I had to temper all of that. Now I'd like to resume the meeting with turning us to our consent agenda. Now, items appearing on the consent agenda are considered routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. This afternoon, on the consent agenda, we've got 5 items. Approving the minutes of our last meeting of February 28th. We have resolution 1, item number 1, resolution to read all ordinances by title only. Item 2 is resolution number 24-03-13, authorizing a contract modification with Robert Half International for temporary staffing services. We also have item number 3 is resolution 24-03-14, authorizing a contract modification with Tate North America to upgrade the TriMet radio core servers, software, and digital radio tower equipment. Item number 4 is resolution number 24-03-15, adopting a revised investment policy. And of course, the consent agenda includes approving the minutes of our last meeting. With that, Does any director wish to have any items removed from the consent agenda? I'm not hearing any motions to do that. So I'd like to see if there is a motion to approve the items contained in the consent agenda today.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Do we have a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. I'll make space for questions or discussion. All right, we will move to a vote. All of those in favor of approving the consent agenda today, please do so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Now, let's see here. Pardon me as I'm moving through my agenda. I had some ifs, ands, or buts here. All right. So now, are we moving, am I reading this correctly? Are we moving to resolution not
240316?
16? Thank you. That's why I was
Convening the
thrown off
Budget
here.
Committee.
I had a couple of items here. Okay. Thank you. All right. So now, we're on resolution 24-03-16. And for this resolution, I would like to first formally convene the board's TriMet Budget Committee. So in order for us to consider resolution 24-03-16, I'm going to formally convene TriMet's Budget Committee, and we're going to review this resolution, which is proposing the fiscal year 2025 annual budget for submission to Multnomah County Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, known as the TSCC. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Gonzalez, members of the board. We've entered the budgeting portion of our annual meeting cycle. TriMet released our proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 more than 2 weeks ago. The budget will guide our financial decisions and spending for our fiscal year, which starts July 1st, 2024. We are currently accepting public comment and feedback. So with your approval of this resolution, the budget will move from proposed to approved. The approved version of the budget will then be sent to the Multnomah County Tax Supervisory Conservation Commission, or the TSCC, for review and consideration. This is an important step and one which must be completed before the board takes up the budget for final approval and adoption. The proposed budget, $1.75 billion budget, is consistent with our strategic financial plan. It includes about $849 million for operating costs, and nearly $201 million is identified for capital and operating projects. It also includes contingency and pass-through funds. The proposed budget assumes stable payroll tax revenue growth through fiscal year 25, estimated at about 5%. The budget provides financial framework for TriMet to grow ridership, improve the customer experience, and add service as staff allows. It further implements requirements of the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund, or STIF, preserves and improves services, and continues programs such as our income-based program for reduced fare. The proposed FY25 budget reflects TriMet's commitment to a fiscally stable future required to meet our obligations to the riders, employees, retirees, and taxpayers. And it's about $180 million less than the budget adopted for FY24. This was made possible by not making cuts, but rather by imposing better controls and parameters on our capital program. The proposed FY25 budget is balanced and complies with the Oregon budget law. Assuming that the TSCC approves the approved FY25 budget, it will be returned to the board for final consideration and formal adoption at your May 22nd board meeting. The board must be adopted before the new fiscal year begins, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. And before I ask for a motion, I just want to recognize our friends who have joined the table. Is there a presentation around this? You're here in case there's questions. Beautiful. All right. Well, then in that case, I'll ask for a motion in a second. I just want to acknowledge that we did receive the proposed budget. I think all board members had it individually shipped. We've all had a chance to sit with it for a couple of weeks, and F&A committee had the additional benefit of having some preview presentations about it. So I want to thank you for that. And so with that, I'd like to open it up and see if there is a motion to approve resolution number 24-03-16 to 16 to approve the proposed budget.
So moved.
Thank you, Director White. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to go with Director Kellogg on that one. Pardon me, Director Edwards. I think this ear is a little faster. With that, all right, board members, do you have any comments or questions for our staff? Yes, sir, Director Kellogg.
Thank you. My question is for you. And it mentions the review here that the projection on the payroll's growth rate is 6.5%. What data do you use to come to that assumption?
So our employer payroll tax, we utilize Eco Northwest, who they're a contractor with us who specializes in revenue projections. And so they do a update to us twice a year. And then we add in information that we know that's happening on our system, like new service, collections, and then we come out with our projection. We also look at just the natural growth in the region. So if you look at those who are currently employed, they're making more than what they were yesterday. Right. And so the next piece of it would be, is there growth in the region? In other words, new folks moving into our footprint. And so that's another factor that we also take into consideration. Michael, do you want to add anything?
No, it just comes down to just, wage growth, job growth overall when you're looking at payroll taxes specifically overall. We kind of, look at an overview of the economy as well, just in the local region, what it's doing, those employment rates, what they're looking like. That all kind of goes into it. We do use that outside counsel from Eco Northwest to kind of just look at it, give us some good projections there. They do give us regular updates, and we're in contact with them throughout the year too.
Okay. Yeah, because the state economic report that had come out not long ago, sort of strapping this across it in the news that, we're an out-migration state instead of an in-migration state now. I just wanted to make sure all those assumptions were built into this. And then overall, I just want to congratulate you for taking on this task. I mean, the complexity of it just by itself, all the different funds, or not funds, but, different operations and everything else. I mean, this is really a tremendously well-done document, easy to read, and so I want to congratulate you on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. And before I jump over to you, Director Edwards, I just wanted to tag along to the topic, a clarifying question for the sake of our board. How often do you refresh your forecasts on things like the economy of the state and how it will impact payroll taxes?
So besides daily, we're constantly going back to our forecast whenever anything changes. So if you want to get really into the weeds, one of the things we do is we watch what's happening with the employers in our footprint. So whenever there's a reduction in force or a cut in pay or a freeze in pay, we go back to the drawing board and we recalculate what the impact would be to us. And so, truly, sometimes it's daily, but we make big reviews of the forecast, at least quarterly, if not more often, because there's so many changes. So, ODOT comes out with a projection on STIF, and Eco Northwest comes out on a projection with our employer payroll taxes. And then we get notifications that our utilities are yet again going up. And so we keep in close contact with PGE and Pacific Power to understand what's happening with our rate setters. We evaluate diesel fuel every Monday morning when we receive an update on what's happening with prices. So it depends on the line item that you're talking about, but the changes to our forecasts are truly actually daily.
Thank you for clarifying that. And, for board members interested in the F&A committee in the future, these are the conversations we get the benefit of on a more frequent basis. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment and concern, I think, is more, not so much of a budgetary issue as it is a personnel issue. In looking to hire, we typically look at diversity as an issue. And we look at age, and we look at race, and we look at ethnicity, and we look at gender. But we don't often look at folks that have mobility issues or that have disabilities. And I'd like to make sure that we do focus a little bit more on that because they bring such a value when it comes to TriMet and the engineering and the design of our buses and our transit overall. And I think we need to make sure that we look through that lens when we're trying to make sure that we're hiring folks. And it's very challenging to try and find folks that do have those disabilities, but I think it's such a value when we do consider that and we do find folks that have those disabilities because they look at things so differently. And they have those issues that really come into play when we design things and then we're designing bus stops and we're designing the transit that we use. So I think that's just an important piece that I wanted to share and make sure we make note of that.
It is top of mind for me leading the organization. I'm working with our Human Resources Department right now, Angela Burns-Brown, and we've been reaching out to several different groups to bring more people with disabilities into the organization so that they're part of TriMet as we move forward, because we want to reflect what the public is here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Director Edwards. Any other questions or comments? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now I'd like to move us to a vote. All of those in favor of approving resolution number 24-03-16, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, and kudos once again. We proudly look forward to hearing what the TSSC has to say. All right. Now, we have completed our work. Let me see, are we done with our work as a transit or as a budget advisory committee? I believe so. Thank you. Thank you, General Counsel. So now, we've completed our work as a TriMet Budget Committee. For now, the board will reconvene and return to its regular agenda to consider the resolution number 24-03-17, authorizing the establishment of other post-employment benefits, known as OPEB. It's a trust for eligible union and non-union participants. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Gonzalez, members of the board. TriMet provides a comprehensive benefit and salary plan for our employees as part of the total compensation package. And in addition, eligible employees are also qualify for something that's known as other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, as you said. OPEB includes health benefits for eligible retirees and their dependents. OPEB eligibility varies depending on hire and retirement dates of the employee. Apart from OPEB, TriMet also has defined benefit pension plans, one for the union and one for non-union employees. These plans have been closed to new participants for many years, with newer employees participating in the 475B and 401A plans. In 2014, the board adopted a strategic financial plan that direct TriMet to fund both pension plans, and once fully funded, began direct funding to the OPEB. TriMet has been delivering OPEB benefits on a pay-as-you-go basis, but has authority to create an OPEB trust and pay benefits to eligible union and non-union participants from that trust. TriMet has been advised by an independent firm that a single trust for both union and non-union participants would provide more flexibility with investment holdings and reduce costs, thereby maximizing returns. Establishing the OPEB trust would not change eligibility for benefits or the amount or timing of payments for participants. The OPEB trust would simply create an additional payment stream for PAN benefits along with the pay-as-you-go method. The resolution would also appoint the OPEB Trust Administration Committee. As for financial impact, potential future contributions would be consistent with fund and policies adopted in resolutions approved by the board in 2023, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Lewis. It's been moved and seconded. So now, if the board has questions or comments, please bring them forward at this time. Seeing none, I'd like to move us to a vote. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 24-03-17, authorizing the establishment of OPEB Trust for eligible union and non-union participants, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, the board will consider resolution number 24-03-18, authorizing a contract with Omnigo Software LLC for a security incident management system, known now as SIMS. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, a security incident management system, or SIMS, will be a centralized system for all TriMet public safety reports and data and investigations. It's also essential for the implementation of a new security operations center, which will operate on a 24-hour-a-day basis to handle both emergencies and non-emergency security incidents. Historically, TriMet has relied on multiple overlapping systems to respond to various kinds of incidents. And without a centralized system, it makes data analysis more cumbersome. This is an important investment in our technology that will allow us to better and more efficiently address security incidents. The SIMS will also provide more support for investigations, including criminal investigations by our partners in the Transit Police Division and the District Attorney's Office in our Tri-County Service District. TriMet began soliciting bids in December 2023 and received 3 proposals. Staff evaluated all 3 proposals and concluded Omnigo's proposal was the most responsive to TriMet's needs and represented the best overall value to the agency. Omnigo's best and final offer was $1,376,593. Also came in well below our independent cost estimate, over $2.5 million. Funding for this 5-year contract is included in our safety and security operating budget and fiscal year 2024. Omnigo has 130 employees, of whom 26.5% are female and 12.5% are minorities. I recommend board approval for this resolution.
Thank you very much, General Manager Dessou. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 24-03-18?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Appreciate it. It's been moved and seconded. Now, does anyone wish to make comments or raise questions before we move to a vote? Yes, Director Way.
Thank you. And Andrew, thank you for being here. I do have a couple of questions on this. And so one of my first questions is, right now it seems like TriMet has various systems, data, reporting software that we're using, where we're tracking various things that happen in on our system. And so my first question is this replacing those with a more universal dashboard approach? I'm just trying to understand where are we at currently, and then this new system that we're acquiring. So that's my first question.
Yeah, thanks, Director White. We have different systems at TriMet. We need a more centralized system just for safety and security data, and that's really what we're trying to get. We also, with this particular product I mentioned earlier, it also has dispatching capability as well. And so it's giving us some additional functionality out on the system, operational functionality. But, you know, when you think about the types of things we're tracking now versus what we tracked 5 years ago, accident and incident databases, those types of things. Now we want to track what the SRT is doing in the community. Now we want to track how the customer safety supervisors are doing code enforcement in different areas. And we want to have that real-time look at those types of things. We realized we needed more robust software. But what's really been good about this process is we initially started this process last summer, and then we took a pause for the RFP process to bring in IT and make sure we were syncing up with all the other database systems, and then went back out on the street with a more kind of TriMet-centric kind of product in December. And so this has been a really good partnership with TriMet's IT department as well, as we try to kind of not just develop standalone things, but things that have some functionality for the rest of the system.
Okay, thank you. And then how will this information trickle back to the board when the new system is implemented, deployed? I'm assuming there's always going to be some bugs, right, and some fixes in rolling out a new sort of IT anything. That just comes with the world that's in. So how will this information a year from now, you know, be reported back to the board so that we can, I think, fairly assess, is it working? Do we need other tools?
Yeah,
all of that.
Thank you for recognizing that there will be some growing pains in that process, because we're also training currently the dispatchers that are going to be using that software as well. So we're going to have to work through the bugs at the beginning, to your point. But my hope for a future state is that we'll be able to give you a very good, solid, succinct report on security incidents and how they're impacting our ridership going forward. Not just for the board, but also just for our 2030 goals, that we'll be able to marry those up right with actual ridership goals and metrics. And so right now, we cobble that data together from various different systems. We'll have one centralized source of truth, which will be really good.
Thank you. Sorry, just a few more questions. This is, you know, we know safety security is top of mind for many folks, including our riders and our operators. So I just want to make sure that we're doing all that we can to, you know, provide that, but also, you know, have accountability and transparency, right, for our users. So my other question that I had was around crime prevention. Are we using this to do crime prevention, working with law enforcement? You mentioned the data collection piece, which I think is interesting. I think, you know, depending on how we're going to continue to use that data, right? What is it? What are the data demographics, for example, if we are taking a look at that? But is this also another tool for crime prevention? For example, if we know hotspots that were mentioned earlier where we see an increase of, you know, incidents, will this address crime prevention?
Yeah, good question. So law enforcement has their own kind of heat map. You know, they invest very robustly in this type of thing to do preventative law enforcement out in the community, to be able to recognize where hotspots are occurring, where increases are occurring, that sort of thing. This is not so much that as it is really tracking rider experience and recognizing where we need to dispatch our resources on a security level. And I say that, when I say security, it's not just allied or PPI security contractors, it's also SRT personnel, customer safety supervisors. Where are we seeing fair enforcement interactions that are going awry? Where are we seeing an increases in houseless or non-destination riders? Those types of things. So it's giving us kind of a centralized hub for different groups, which are now close to 400 people out there on the system. And so we're having to invest in that so that we can really understand the impacts they're making, understand where to put resources and the right resources, if that makes sense.
It does. And I think, you know, it sounds like there's different categories, right, for data collection that we're going to be doing more work around. I guess my only concern is that there's unintended consequences for, right, categorizing, for example, houseless folks into one category, or people who aren't paying fares. I think it is important to know, right, who amongst our general population that we are serving, you know, are from those communities. But I'm also a little bit wary of creating, again, unintended consequences for various communities by, specific data, right, that we're collecting when we're not entirely sure yet, or maybe, you have a sense of how we're actually going to be using that data to help support communities versus targeting groups, because that's where I'm kind of like, I don't want us to be, targeting, right, communities and individuals who actually may need resources from us, rather than other, different responses. So I guess I'm just trying to still understand how this is going to really be implemented and how we're also aligning all of our, our equity, right, goals into this work.
Yeah, no, those are all really great concerns and concerns that we have. I look at our teams and kind of how we're set up with the diverse teams that we have. And, this is not necessarily a law enforcement tool. It's more about how to get our safety and security teams out there in the right way to support our riders and employees. But I think what you're going to see from me is transparency around this tool, and I'd be happy to share the data collection that we're doing and how we're managing it, because I think it's a valid concern. When you get into sort of technological advances like this, you want to make sure that you're not creating those unintended consequences, right? And we'll be at the table on that. And I think that's how we'll probably try to manage that as best we can, is it's just being completely transparent. And John Gardner and I have a great relationship there. He's been helping me with the development of these teams as well. And so I think we can do this in a safe way for our communities, I think, referencing those concerns. But I'm really excited to be able to give you a report at some point in the near future and say, these are the things that we're measuring, and here's what the outputs are coming, and that is coming to you, certainly.
Thank you. I appreciate that commitment and you outlining the transparency piece, because that, I think, builds trust between the communities that we're working with, and then, obviously the investments, right, that we're making as a board to say, we're making this investment in hopes that it will, bring you more security, more safety, et cetera. And then just the last thing that I want to say is, the word case management system caught my eye, because I used to be a case manager. I worked in social services for a number of years. Unfortunately, we've had some pretty horrific incidences on our system with, just the stabbing that happened, that actually affected the Clackamas community, with some of the fatal incidences. And I'm wondering if this system or this investment that we're talking about today will also address trauma-informed care for those specific cases where victims, passengers, quite frankly, a lot of folks who have witnessed those things have been, traumatized. Will this address those pieces?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that we're going to have to work towards that, using the data to understand where those impacts are and what kinds of partnerships we can develop. I'm actually working in a partnership with a group right now, which I'll talk with you about, which I think has that capability to come alongside like community members. That may be something we bring to you at this board and talk about in the near future as well. But I think that's kind of where we're trying to head, is understanding what the impacts are out there, where they're happening, and then be able to have those resources. At TriMet, what's great about us, we have so many different arms into the community that if we're well informed with data about what disparate impacts and unsafe impacts are happening, we can really kind of use those tools that we have in the community, and I think improve experience. And that's where we're headed. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the data and also the human touch piece, honestly, right? Because we cannot replace just the data collection with, we can't replace, the actual human care, right? And human interaction when those safety, security incidents happen with we just need to collect more data, which I agree. And then last but not least, I use that example of, again, just really violent crimes, but, I think as equal impact are hate crimes, right? Bias crimes that I know a lot of our folks unfortunately see and experience, and some of the youth that I've been in touch with in the community over the couple of years have witnessed some really terrible incidences where they've been called names and, slurs. And so, again, really big questions, and I don't know if this is it's not probably going to solve everything, but I hope that it does pushes the dial and the needle for the communities that I think we need to continue to serve and look out for.
Yeah, no, agreed.
I just want to jump in for just one quick moment to add. Transparency is clearly what we're going to be doing moving forward. And also, Director Wade, just to let you know, is I've had conversation with our COO just as well as with Andrew. When we come to you with our quarterly performance report, all of the safety information, we're going to have safety and security that will be part of that quarterly report also that we'll be bringing to you and to the public so that transparency is there. There's another piece too I just want to make sure that the board is clear about. There's another arm of this security system that we're going to be looking at cleanliness on our system. And there's going to be information that's going to be going in on touch points that, from the human standpoint, going out and cleaning up different areas and dispatching people there. But we'll be pulling that data in to make sure that those trash cans and the platforms are cleaned up, and all of that information is going to be going there. So it's really multifaceted from that standpoint, but we will definitely bring the information back and share with the board.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing other board members raising hands, so I'm going to jump in with a comment. General Manager Dessou, you've already started to answer this question a bit with the cleanliness factor, but I'd like to lead the audience just a bit more here on this one. From a writer's perspective, from an operator's perspective, how will they feel this system and its new capabilities? In which ways is this thing gonna help enhance the writer experience or the operator experience? Will they feel it in any way?
Yeah, no, great question. I absolutely think they're going to feel this one. And part of that will be from the operational dispatch capability portion of it, which we've done. So when there's an event, that it will sync in with the security team and they'll actually know where the resources are, which is the closest resource out on the system. We'll actually track their physical location of the resources of those folks. So we'll know where the closest SRT is, where the closest CSS is, that sort of thing. So that's that dispatching portion of it. The other side of it is again, I go back to, I'll call it a heat map, but that's kind of a law enforcement tool, but it's really just us kind of looking at the areas on where we can impact situations better. A lot of times right now, what ends up happening is it's the loudest voice that gets response to those areas. So for example, an operator has a bad experience at a layover, and they say, hey, this was terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible. We will try to respond to that event, but it's so much more powerful when you can have knowing which ones by amount of complaint, amount of incident, are the ones that you need to actually post a security officer at so that they can go use the restroom on a layover and feel comfortable with that situation based upon actual hard data so that we're managing our resources better, which are significant now. You know, it's one thing when you have 40, security officers out on the system, you can kind of respond to that kind of, but when you've got the amount of personnel that we do and the types of tools established that we do, you have to have kind of a brain to that system, which is helping you isolate and send the right resource to the right area. And so that's how an operator is going to feel this. Number one, the response will be faster, and it'll be coming from a TriMet employee sitting in SOC. We're going to call it the SOC, the SOC. And I will say, that type of structure is not too dissimilar across the industry. There's other places that have security operations centers. We're just getting to that point here at TriMet, and we're doing it a TriMet way with our tools and our experience. But so that's the first way they're going to feel it. But the second way is really, I think what you're going to start to see is more of a strategy start to develop about where these people are posted. We have a strategy now, but it's going to get better.
Thank you. To reflect a little bit, what I'm hearing is riders, operators should anticipate faster response times, more precise type of responses to things, perhaps a little more proactive,
yes,
especially around maintenance and cleanliness of, I'm hearing, vehicles and platforms and bus shelters.
That will certainly be part of it, which is nice because, again, when you talk about some of the things that people are seeing out there, it's nice to have a dispatch capability to that. So, for example, there's a biohazard on train X that was just identified by a security officer that gets to the SOC. We dispatch a facilities cleaner. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Director Lewis.
I just wanted to add to that for our board members. There is, the aspect of looking at transparency, but having a system like this is very helpful for total catastrophic situations where you need to know, because a lot of times TriMet is called on the scene to move people from convergence, active shooter situations, and knowing where your help is on the system. So it's not only for us, but it's also a good service for our community in times of need if we have catastrophic, I shouldn't say earthquake, but yeah, earthquake. But TriMet is more than just a rider system, but we move, I know we used to plan for one of the airplanes coming down on the jail system and doing rehearsals and planning for TriMet to move people. So I think it would give our city a better eyes on what we need so that you can respond in ways that you don't normally respond. So it's bigger than just TriMet.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Director Edwards?
Just a point as well, prevention is huge, I think, in this, once we gather the data as well. And I think that's just as important as anything else because now we're able to prevent things from happening rather than reacting to something.
Yeah, and that's something that we've really leaned into is that kind of preventative modeling that we're trying to create. You guys have heard me talk about CEPTED in the past and crime prevention through environmental design. This will also inform some of that too, because where these incidents are happening, the types of incidents might dictate better lighting, better visual disturbance kind of issues that are out there, those types of things. So it just gives us a powerful tool to affect safety in a measurable way, and I think that's going to be very helpful. But I do think being transparent with how we're using it, how you're seeing that, I really want that to be at the forefront, so we're going to get there. Yeah.
Thank you. I think transparency will be our best shield against any sort of problematic use of these types of systems. I'm hearing a whole lot of commentary, and I think it's time we move to a vote. So I'd like to go ahead and move us to a vote now. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 24-03-18, authorizing the contract with Omnigo for the SIMS system, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, this motion is approved. Thank you very much for the presentation and for your information. We look forward to the rollout of the system and all of the benefits it's going to bring.
Looking forward to bringing you that data too, talking about it. So.
Thank you. All right. Now I'd like to move us to resolution number 24-03-19, authorizing a contract with Universal Protective Services, LP, DBA Allied Universal Security Systems, known as Allied, to provide transit security services. And thank you for sticking around. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, keeping with safety and security, as we're talking, TriMet's current security services contract with Allied Universal expires late next month. We've used contracted security services to support the work of the transit police since 1998. To this day, we rely on Allied to provide uniformed but unarmed transit security officers. They provide a visible presence to increase the public sense of security on our trains, which help deter crime and maintain order. They also help provide a customer service focus on safety around our buses and trains. Allied Transit Security Officers make up the largest safety and security team, and we have more than doubled their personnel on the system since 2022. And if approved, this resolution would support the continued growth from 160 officers today up to 240 officers. For this solicitation, we used a competitive request for proposal. Of the 8 responsive proposals submitted, Allied Universal emerged as the highest proposal. Allied and TriMet have an excellent working relationship, and TriMet believes that Allied security team knows our system better than any other security contractor in the area. And over time, Allied has consistently demonstrated an ability to respond to TriMet's needs and effectively represent the agency's interest. Allied Universal workforce includes more than 261,000 employees, of whom nearly 60% are members of a minority group and 32.4% are female. Allied will employ a local COVID-certified security firm, ACE Private Security, to perform about 1.5% of the work. The proposal contract of $127.5 million would cover 5 years, with an initial 3-year term and options for TriMet to extend the contract for 2 additional 1-year terms. I should note that Allied Universal's proposal came in about $20 million less than TriMet's independent cost estimate and was well below the amount proposed by the next most competitive bid. And I'll also point out that this is a pay-as-we-go type of agreement, which means there's potential from some savings, depending on the amount of personnel and personnel time TriMet requires. The cost of these security services is included in the Safety and Security Division's budget, projected annual budgets over the next 5 years, and I recommend your approval of this resolution.
Thank you very much, General Manager Dessou. Do we have a motion to approve Resolution 24-03-19? Thank you, Director Kellogg. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Edwards. It's been moved and seconded. Now I'd like to open it up for board comments and discussion. Yes, Director Edwards.
Thank you. My question is where are the lines drawn as far as liability and responsibility for any actions that happen with this contractor?
Well, the contractor takes responsibility for going outside the contract and maybe an assault scenario or something like that. They will be held liable, and I built that into that contract. I'll just say that Allied has been an excellent partner as we've built these teams too. They know how to interact well with our teams, and we've really appreciated their flexibility. Going back to the software piece too, they're going to be a tracked resource out there on the system per the SOC as well. And so they're a good partner. They have a good record with us, which I think is important. This is a difficult business. I think everybody understands that. And, you know, when we've had personnel issues, as you will, they're very receptive to us and working with that. So, you know, this is a good partner of ours. They do carry that liability above contract, though, like you said, so.
Okay, thank you. My other question would be, what does their personnel look like as far as retention?
Retention for the group?
Yes.
Yeah. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up my Director of Security, Pat Williams. I have him sitting here in the wings. Maybe he can answer that question. And the reason I say this, and I also have Ben McLean here, our Manager of Surveillance Systems. Both these two do amazing work for us here at TriMet, so I just really want to recognize them. But I'll have Pat talk about retention. I could talk about it, but I think he has a better read.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for the question. Pat Williams, Director of Security. I don't have the exact number of the retention, but the retention on this contract is much higher than all their other contracts. What we're seeing with the retention on this contract compared to the metropolitan area is much higher than the other security contracts. We've invested a lot of training. We've invested a lot of leadership training for them, and we're building very strong teams where I think people are looking to our contract to come to have a place to stay. We're recognizing longevity with our contract employees, and we're paying that to them. So we feel real good about this.
And I'll just add one thing to that too, is it was a lot of work to build up to 160 where we're at now, and this gives us the flexibility to go up to 240 officers. And what we've seen is they came in, you know, slowly, but you know what? Allied got us there, and it's a really difficult market to get security officers, particularly security officers that work well with our teams and do good work. So we're confident that they can build back up further so we can establish even more presence as necessary as we go forward as well. So that's hopeful on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Director Lewis?
Pat, do you know where their agency trains? Is it out of the academy in Salem, or is it self-trained? Do they have a training facility?
That's a great question. So they train internally, and they do some of their training at our TriMet facilities as well as the allied facilities. We are bringing them into TriMet more and more to train with some of our other staff, so they're really integrating with TriMet staff. We're looking at some new innovative stuff down the road. I really can't say yet where we're at, but I think it's very promising. They will share some space with not only our customer safety supervisors, but with the transit police.
Okay, so that kind of answers the question. Are they carrying DPSST numbers?
They're all certified, yes.
Okay, then they are going to the
they go through a
academy.
basic certification,
That's what-
DPSST, Department of Safety Standards and Training.
Okay, state
And then we build upon that much more.
That's right.
added. Okay, thank you.
And following that thread a little bit, to what extent, it's good to hear that we're going a step further on the training, and that sounds like you're seeing the impacts on retention that's having with our relationship with Allied. To what extent are we leaning into the recruitment side of the equation with Allied, seeing that a contract like this is going to require some of that?
Another great question. Lonnie Nielsen with TriMet has helped us significantly. We saw a big increase in bump when TriMet partnered with Allied to get a lot of radio advertising out there. We've been talking with a new additional contract. We're going to have to hit that again hard. I've been talking with senior leadership at Allied to also focus on recruitment. And they're such a large company, they can recruit nationwide.
Yeah, and I think, Pat and I have this conversation about this is a good place to work on the Allied contract. We have some unique kind of opportunities for folks here. We do some training, similar to kind of the TPD model that we built over the years. Transit was a good place to work. You got exposed to a lot of different types of things. It was a different day, every day. So we've utilized that. And to Pat's point earlier, we have really, and you've probably seen them. I've been sending this out to friends, radio spots, blurbs, even on websites. If you're looking out there, YouTube will have something show up. So it's those types of, that activity has been very helpful in building back those numbers, and you can expect something similar as we kind of continue down that increase of presence. But, I'll just mention again, all these folks are unarmed, they're trained in de-escalation, they work well with our teams and understand how to coordinate. And so this is getting us to a better place, a safer place for the entire community. I really think so.
Thank you. It's encouraging to hear that we're stepping forward as a partner in the process of meeting the need, and not just the training, but the recruiting. And it sounds like we have an established relationship that can only hopefully get furthered with this. I don't see any other questions or comments, so let's move to a vote. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 24-03-19, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next, the board will consider resolution number 24-03-20, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with Metro and an intergovernmental agreement with Oregon Department of Transportation and the City of Portland for the 82nd Avenue Transit Project. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, TriMet's Line 72 Killensworth 82nd Avenue gets more riders than any other bus line in the state of Oregon, and it's among the busiest in all of the Northwest. The Line 72 is currently tracking close to almost 10,000 rides per weekday. Pre-pandemic, that number was even higher, with about 14,000 rides or more each weekday. So weekend ridership is strong on the Line 72. This bus line is truly a workhorse, and it helps so many people connect with opportunities in one of the most culturally and economically diverse corridors in our region. That's why this vital corridor has been selected for the 82nd Avenue Transit Project. It's a bus improvement project that will look similar to our Frequent Express, or FX2, service on Division. This one will provide faster and a higher capacity bus service for thousands of riders between Clackamas Town Center and north of Northeast Sandy Boulevard. The 82nd Avenue Transit Project is included in the 2024-2027 State Transportation Improvement Program adopted by ODOT last July. And Director of Major Projects, Jamie Snook, and Manager of Small Starts, Michael Kaiser, they're here this morning to give you a closer look at the project.
Thank you, Sam. President Gonzalez, members of the board, thank you, and good to see you. We are terribly excited about this project. We wanted to give you a little overview of the project itself, knowing that there's going to be many opportunities in the future to come back to you and give you a broader kind of oversight. Line 72 is a workhorse, as Sam had mentioned, for the community, for the TriMet system. Sam, you mentioned the ridership that we see on the line today. We also know that it is one of those lines that we've seen rebound from COVID more than many of our other lines. From a ridership perspective, specific to the line, 70% or thereabouts of the ridership comes directly from from the 82nd portion. So a significant amount just along that portion of the corridor, which is why we're focusing there. This line, 72, intersects with 20 other lines, including 8 other frequent service lines as well. The downside, or the challenges that we face with this line. Line 72 ranks first for a cumulative passenger delay. Within that delay, the greatest exists along 82nd due to congestion. And we're seeing about a 15-minute average delay on line 72 for passengers. So quite significant. As a result, that starts to impact speed and reliability. So we're seeing an average speed for our buses at around 13 miles per hour along this corridor. We know that it is only going to continue to get worse out there with population growth and growth of use along the corridor and continued congestion. So as we look at this diagram here, it just gives you a sense of, ridership is certainly higher on our list at TriMet as a priority, but equally so is ensuring that we maintain the vitality and the viability of transit service for those that depend on it the most. And if our buses are stuck in traffic, those people are not able to get to the places they shop, where they live, where they work. And we want to continue reliability into the future, not just ridership, but with reliability will come, and speed will come, the ridership component. If we're doing the work, we think other benefits will come with that. Currently, with our modeling projections, we're seeing traffic increase or congestion increase by 25% by 2040. We certainly internally feel that a do-nothing approach is not an option for us, which is why we're leaning so heavily on this project. We are supporting it financially, and certainly we've seen a lot of political support, not just on the local level, but on the national level as well. So how do we address these problems? We know that 82nd Avenue's issues or challenges go beyond what we can address through our normal kind of toolkit for adjusting the resources to meet the needs. And that's when we look to the FX toolkit or a BRT model to help address that. So some of the components that work together in synergy are dedicated bus lanes at the top if we move around clockwise, stop balancing, or really looking at, do we have the right number of stops out there? Where can we clarify them or reduce the number of redundant stops? Create in-lane stopping so that we're stopping quickly, we're not pulling over and then trying to get back into transit or into traffic. High-capacity buses, in this case, 60-foot zero-emission buses, which is a whole nother story we look to tell at another time in terms of how that contributes to the environment and the communities we serve. Transit signal priority, which is a technology approach. How are we creating smarter signals, smarter streets through technology? And then also augmenting that with partnership with City of Portland, Clackamas County, ODOT, our roadway authorities to do transit and pedestrian infrastructure, because mobility and access is everything. If you have the investment but people cannot get to it, we've all seen the condition along A2nd today. If you're in a wheelchair, if you're walking, all modes, if you can't get to the stop, if you don't have lighting and safe conditions, we're not getting the maximum return on our investment. Status-wise, we have reached a preliminary LPA, or will get a vote in April with our steering committee, which means that we've established the mode, FX or BRT. We have station locations identified throughout the corridor, and we have an alignment, meaning we have a southern terminus at the Clackamas Town Center, and then we're carrying forward 2 northern terminus options, with Cully being our preferred. There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of equity that's being addressed, and community members that really enjoy and benefit from access to having a terminus there. But we're also carrying Park Rose as an option, just as a backup, because community support is extremely important for us. We want more time to have that outreach opportunity with specific designs to get their input. So that work really will move on from April forward as we move into project development. And then finally, if you look, here's kind of a project schedule to indicate kind of the long-term projection for the project. We are about to submit, and the entering into these IGAs contribute to our submittal to FTA for approval to enter into project development. For that, we need to have those funds for project development, which is really design all the way through 100% committed to the project. Once we get approval, any money we spend or match can be used as match against the project, with the FTA in their CIG, Capital Investment Grant Program, matching 50% of what we put in. Entry into PD, again, starts within a few months. We are soliciting starting next week, putting out an RFP for design services so that it comes online at the same time that we're getting approval to move forward with PD. We'll be back to you in the June board with approval to enter into a contract for that. We look to get a final LPA by the end of this year, move through our design process, our environmental review process, start bus procurement in 26, and really get to revenue service by June of 2029. So a lot of work, a lot of partnerships have already given and leaned in on this project so far. TriMet is putting a lot forward in terms of capital so that we can commit the funds and move into project development. But we are also turning around and looking to all of our partners to kind of help contribute to this effort because it has a much larger benefit beyond just transit itself. So, Jamie, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just real quickly. So Michael mentioned how important this line is. It really is a workhorse. It carries most riders than any of the other bus lines on the system. But another thing to note is it also carried the most riders during the pandemic. So when we had a global pandemic and everybody was ordered to stay home, this line was still running and carrying more people than anywhere else on our system. So it's a really important line. It's really important to me. I've been really excited about this project for a long time. It's nice to see it moving forward. And it's really, what an opportunity to be in Clackamas having this conversation. The southern terminus is just down the road, so we're really excited to be here.
I want to just chime in and kind of close. Thank you both for the presentation, but please stay here because I'm sure the board will have questions. But I want to make sure the board know to date, ODOT, Metro, the City of Portland, and TriMet have collaborated on phase 1 of this project at a conceptual level. And as TriMet looks at phase 2, a number of pieces must come together here, talk with my hands, so that we can submit for FTA approval to be able to enter into project development. And this involves securing about $30 million in funding commitments for this phase. And the sources of the funding reflect what's been truly a collaborative effort of this so far. So it included $6 million commitment from Metro through its carbon reduction program. Also, in Federal Surface Transportation Block Grants program, along with $5 million from ODOT, from their Surface Transportation Block Grant funds that will go to the City of Portland, which in turn will commit to the project. And then TriMet has committed to covering the remaining $19 million in general funds and or bond revenues in future years for us to move the project forward. So your approval of this resolution will do two things here today that are significant. Authorizing the IGAs with Metro, ODOT, and the city. And then second, demonstrate to the FTA that TriMet can commit the $30 million required to advance the project, clearing the way for revenue service on this line in 2029. And if you note, Michael said June of 2029 that we'll open it up. And I do recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou, and thank you for the presentation. We have not yet had a motion. Before we get into discussions, I'd like to see if we have a motion to approve Resolution 2403-20.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Way. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Lewis. It's been moved and seconded. Now, do we have any comments or questions from the board before we move to vote? Yes, Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for the explanation, General Manager. I know several years ago, Director Gonzalez and myself were in Pittsburgh, and when I looked at this dedicated bus lane, it kind of jumped out at me. Has there been conversations and collaboration with the city and all those other partners, Metro, regarding dedicated bus lanes and what that is going to look like going forward as far as on-time service and efficiency?
Yeah, so City of Portland, Metro, and others, Clackamas County, ODOT, I mean, they are close partners. They're putting, even beyond what you've seen for project development, we'll be putting in significant funds and scope for improvements along this corridor. They're already doing it with their first phase. For dedicated lanes, it is a balancing act, right? It's a fairly narrow right-of-way. We want to create long-term reliability as things continue to get congested, but we have to balance that with, are we reducing capacity on the road for other modes, freight included, cars, or are we widening? So we are looking to them to find creative solutions in high priority areas for adding those dedicated lanes where we can. We know they're not going to be everywhere. They're not going to be 30% of the right of way, but they are going to be hopefully in the areas where we can create the best kind of balance of cost and benefit and impact.
Thank you.
Director Way?
Thank you. I really appreciated Director Edwards' question around that because it's important, right, for efficiency, reliability, and I do hope that we can continue to advocate for, for our interests in terms of faster mobility, and I'm also thinking about ways that we can even think about upwards. I mean, we talk about, you know, the streets, but there's so many places in across the country where you know, projects are going up, right, with rail. So I don't know if that makes sense to folks in the audience, but it does to me as we think about just how this region is really growing and diversifying and relying more and more on public transit. My comment really is just a lot of praise and a lot of thanks and appreciation to this team. When the Division FX project was going underway, I know that there were, you know, beginning conversations with this project really being the next piece for us, and I just really appreciated the thought and the care, the consideration of not only, you know, us providing a service to communities that are accessing Line 72, but just the bigger impact that this investment is going to make on our state. You mentioned that during the pandemic, this was the most heavily used line in all of Oregon, and it also just makes me proud to say that, not only because I grew up in over on 79th and 82nd and Division, that was the neighborhood that I grew up in, but my family also moved from that area to Happy Valley, to North Clackamas, and so just you know, knowing, right, that there is an investment for communities that have been growing and have been calling 82nd area their home has just been really refreshing to hear that. And I think on that note, it's also very timely to take this vote here in North Clackamas, where, as you mentioned, we're going to see you know, hopefully better collaboration and partnership with also Clackamas County moving forward as this stretches to the boundary. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. One thing I just wanted to add too is we know that this project can't do it all. TriMet can't do it all. Or, you know, one CIG project can't do it all. So we're also trying to build in what options are there for other projects moving forward so that we could also continue to enhance this corridor as challenges continue to come our way. Because our partners' challenges are our challenges. We're really working to be collaborative in our effort and understand even the political challenges or the impact challenges of doing some of these larger moves in a really constrained corridor. But I appreciate your support and story.
Director Kellogg.
So thanks for the presentation. One of the things I really took away from it was the slow speed at which these buses are moving and the congestion. And then following up on Director Edwards' question, did I hear you right that you said less than 30% of the right-of-way is going to be dedicated to bus lanes? I know we're not at the design phase, we're at the collaboration phase, but
yes,
is that number firm, or is there anything we can do to twist arms to get more dedicated bus lanes?
Certainly, you know, it takes a village. So the more political support, financial support we can get around this issue, I mean, we see this as a catalyst project for many more things. We are not just relying, though, on dedicated lanes. TSP, if you look at the after studies from Division, has had a huge impact on moving buses through the corridor through, you know, machine learning, priority for buses. I think it actually makes corridors move more efficiently for everyone. So we're looking at that. All the tools that are in the kit incrementally improve speed and reliability. So clarifying the stops, stopping in lane, TSP, larger buses to carry more people. Mm-hmm. The dedicated lane is one piece of that, but it's a challenging one for sure.
And did you say this was going to be serviced by the zero-emission buses?
Yes, we're looking at like a hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which would be the first in our region and our local region. I know that's something we're excited about and are pursuing that currently. So.
Okay.
I'd like to just add on that question as well, is that we're working really closely with the City of Portland, Clackamas County, and ODOT along this roadway, and there's going to be a lot of investments happening on 82nd over the next few years, particularly with the jurisdictional transfer from ODOT to the City of Portland. And so once we open our project in 2029, I don't think that that's the end of the project. I think that there's going to be lots of opportunity to, if there are things that need to be added, more bus lanes need to be added, or queue bypass lanes need to be added, that there's going to be opportunity to work with our partners to make it even better over time. So we're really looking at doing the best that we can with this project, and just knowing that the future, there might be more.
And also with hopes of transit-oriented development along this corridor?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
There are certainly TOD opportunities at the north end, but as Jamie's noted, this corridor has been built up as a auto-oriented corridor from its inception long ago, when it was on the edge of our kind of urban areas. So that piece also needs to transition over time. We can't flip the switch on day one and say all those land uses that are not compatible, suddenly you're out. So we're trying to find that balance and make that shift over time. So, yeah. Yeah.
A fun one.
Yeah, one that's been sort of in the making. We've all known about it. We've thought about it for so long. It's great to see it coming to this moment in time. And so I do have a follow-up question on this sort of the hint at, there's going to be a lot more to come. So I could see that while this brings some key constituents together to focus around this set of issues, it is a start to a much bigger proposition, and it's going to require ongoing investments from all of these jurisdictional partners and many others to kind of finish the vision. So can you please shine a little bit of light on how much our IGA partners at this point are vested in doing their part and the subsequent steps? Because this is a sort of a first tranche for TriMet and for the others. Does the $30 million threshold that opens us up to FTA funding, do we anticipate that will still require some local matches? Are our local IGA partners aware of that and invested in sort of being there for step 2 and 3? Could you speak a little bit about that piece of it?
It is the step 1 in the broader project. Certainly, as mentioned, TriMet's larger upfront commitment to get us into project development, to get us towards design solutions, is our way to really define how important this project is for us. But we are looking to our partners to say, how are we all collectively leaning in? And as we move through design in partnership with all of our regional members, we're looking at what design solutions can we do to set up those future projects. And I think those have not yet been defined, but kind of coming up with a strategy for how we integrate that into our regional our long-term regional strategy and funding plans will be the kind of follow-on step to that. And the more we emphasize that throughout the process, I think greater likelihood that we're going to achieve our goal. But
Thank you for sharing that. Jamie?
And not to speak for the city, but the city's investing a lot into 82nd, and they've already started making investments on 82nd today. And so you'll see new pedestrian crossings showing up on 82nd, and everything that the city does, we do, Clackamas does, to improve 82nd Avenue is only going to benefit the community that lives there, works there, and travels through there.
Without a doubt. And, not to disparage that early work of investment along 82nd, I think anything we do right now is a step in the right direction. But here's a comment and a message, I'd say, to our IGA partners at large. I think you hinted on it a little bit earlier. What we're talking about doing at the end of the day here is reimagining that corridor. And yes, it's arrived us to this point on a very different set of assumptions, and I don't know if we'll call it land use planning for the area. I'll use planning loosely. But now we're entering into a moment where we're going to essentially carry the water for many jurisdictional partners on at the end of the day, is a reimagining of land use planning and a specific plan for a corridor that's going to have to address current safety issues, projected growth issues, land use issues that hopefully help accelerate new land use types. So we're going to crack a lot of eggs in the making of these omelets. So I encourage our agency partners to look at their current book of work along 82nd and put it into the context of a process at the end of the day that's going to really require some reimagining. And I'm really glad that we at TriMet are being invited to help lead us to this place. I highly caution us to make sure in this stage to not try to answer the question before we ask it, as far as the technology and the solutions. As we've seen in past exercises in our region, when we bring our jurisdictional partners together to reimagine, we don't always know how things are going to get paid for, but we like to kind of throw everything in there. And I think this is an opportunity for us to really both look at the possibilities, but also develop a strategy on how our jurisdictional partners are going to lean into their step of this, what we're asking from them financially and policy-wise, and how we're going to take what our LPA ultimately will be and have it facilitate the actual funding for federal ask. We've got to keep an eye towards how it's going to get paid for, knowing that we're innovating, we're doing new things, we're trying new technologies. It's a very exciting time. I don't say that to be afraid and squeamish about the design, just to make sure to not ignore that, we need to really be innovative to think about how to pay for some of this reimagining work. But $30 million from now and a little under a year from now, we should have a better idea on, how much we want to put into this process.
Right. It is worth noting that as a whole, we are projecting that, this project is between 320 million that it will bring in investment. Now that includes buses and implementing the project and design and services, but it's, Division Transit was 175.
Sure.
Project-wide, and we look to leverage our partner funds through the work that TriMet or PBOT is already doing, and of course, we can talk about it in a future date, but what benefits do we leverage in the community as far as opportunities for their growth and longevity? Thank you.
And that's before you take on the going vertical suggestion that Director Weiss is talking about. Thank you. Well, very exciting work. Any other questions or comments from the board? I think all eyes are on this thing. We're going to have a lot of interest from all of our partners. Everyone's going to want to celebrate all the successes along the way. Let's bring our best foot forward with this. This is very exciting. I think you all know where I stand. So with that, I'd like to bring us to a vote now. For all of those in favor of approving Resolution 2403-20, authorizing this IGA with Metro and the IGA with ODOT and the City of Portland for the 82nd Avenue Transit Project, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? This motion passes unanimously. We look forward to what comes next. Thank you so much. Next, our board will consider Resolution 24-03-21, authorizing a contract with STV Incorporated for traction power substation design services. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, TriMet operates 11 Type 1 traction power substations along the East Side Max Blue Line. Those substations were installed in 1983, and as you would expect, just about any 41-year-old piece of electrical equipment, which Direct Edwards would know as well, these components are at the end of their life, their service life, and many of the components are obsolete. In short, these substations have given their all and need to be replaced as soon as possible. That will help increase reliability, equipment access, and safety, also reduce maintenance costs, and reduce the potential for future service disruptions. This contract will provide civil and electrical design services for the replacement and reconstruction of all 11 substations. TriMet issued an RFP for solicitation, and STV Incorporated was ultimately determined to represent the best overall value to TriMet. As part of this qualifications-based selection, the contract amount was negotiated at $8.64 million. The proposed contract covers an initial 5-year term and allows for 7 one-year extensions. The cost is accounted for in engineering, construction, and planning division operating budget. Taking a look at diversity for STV, has a workforce of more than 2,000 employees. 44% are female, 34% are minority. The proposed design team will consist of 8 sub-consultants, of whom 6 are certified businesses. STV has proposed a DBE utilization goal of about 15%, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessous. Before we move to vote, I'd like to see if we have a motion. Do we have a motion to approve Resolution 240321?
So move.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Lewis. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have questions or comments around this resolution? Okay, I'm hearing none. I just want to get on record. This is going to be an extension to a contract? No, thank you. Yeah, I was just confirming that.
No.
What is the time frame for this contract, the duration?
12 years.
Thank you. Yes, that's where I was going. This is a partnership kind of relationship. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to move us to a vote now. All of those in favor of approving resolution number 2403-21, contract with STV, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Now, at this time, I'd like to pause us briefly from the regular business meeting so that the board can convene as the TriMet Contract Review Board to consider the next 2 resolutions. We're seeing this function being brought out a little bit more these days, so my board is, this is not their first rodeo now. Oregon public contracting law and our TCRB rules allow the board in its role as the TCRB to exempt contract procurement from the low bid process so that the agency may consider other factors in addition to price when awarding contracts. So now, acting as the TriMet Contract Review Board officially, the TCRB, we will now consider Resolution 24-03-22, authorizing an exemption from low bid contracting requirements to allow for a best value solicitation for CMGC, Construction Manager General Contractor Services, for the Blue Line Max Extension Improvement Project. Pardon me, Blue Line Max Station Improvement Project. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, the stations on the east side of the Max Blue Line, our original light rail line between Gresham and downtown Portland, have been in service for almost 40 years. 40 years. In 2019, the board approved a resolution to begin restoring those stations to meet TriMet's current safety, security, and aesthetic standards. While that resolution program has been successfully applied towards upgrades at several stations, it relied solely on TriMet funds. TriMet now is expecting $3 million in federal grant funds, which will combine with $1.7 million in local match funds to improve one of those stations, the 82nd Avenue Max Station. The use of federal funds required TriMet to enter new design and construction contracts that include required federal language. The resolution that's before you this morning seeks an exemption from low bidding, which would enable TriMet to use a competitive best value solicitation to select the CMGC for this project. Utilizing this process, affords TriMet the opportunity to consider factors other than just price in selecting a contractor, which is a huge benefit considering the skill required for the complexities of the project. If approved, TriMet will begin a competitive RFP process to select the contractor. The budget for these services is included in the Engineering, Construction, and Planning Capital Improvement Plan, the CIP forecasts, and I do recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Before we move into discussion, do we have a motion to approve Resolution 24-03-22?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Director Wade, Director Edwards. Now, questions, comments, discussions? Yes, Director Kellogg.
Yeah, so looks like a great project. I just wanted to comment on the memo that you've now updated those to provide the criteria and the points, which we had talked about a couple of meetings ago. And I just wanted to thank you for that. It helps kind of improve our focus on what we're looking at here. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I really well, you can hang out for the vote. No, we're seeing more of these requests, and it's encouraging to see them continuing to move forward. My assumption is that they are yielding the kind of results that prompt you to move forward here on these types of recommendations. And I see a few nods. Very good. So if there are no other questions or comments, I'd like to now move us to the vote. For all those in favor of approving resolution number 24-03-22, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to continue in our role as the TCRB, and we are also going to consider resolution number 24-03-23, authorizing an exemption from the low bid requirements to allow a best value solicitation for CMGC, Construction Manager General Contractor Services, for the Columbia Operations Facility project. Mr. General Manager, your comments here.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, the Columbia Operation Facility is extremely significant to our commitment to sustainability. It is expected to one day be the home to more than 250 zero-emission buses. And as we complete this transaction across our entire agency, Columbia will play a role in providing temporary or transitional space. For example, Columbia will absorb a great deal of the operations functionality when we take on the renovations that will be necessary to transition our Center Street operations headquarters into a facility that supports and maintains zero-emission vehicles. This work requires a regional, experienced, and diverse building contractor. TriMet is seeking an exemption from low bid requirements to select the CMGC for the project. Using this process will once again allow TriMet to base the selection on many factors such as experience, schedule, cost control, attention to safety, workforce diversity, instead of only price. The cost of the work is allocated within the engineering, construction, and planning budget, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Before we go into discussion and comments, do we have a motion to approve Resolution 24-03-23?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Director Edwards and Director Lewis. Questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. All right. Familiar territory now. I do have a clarifying question. I would assume this may apply to both this resolution and the one we just voted on, but I fully anticipate that when you go through the procurement process, we will be seeing a resolution coming back to the board on the bidders for this. I'm really excited to see what sort of response we get from the bidding community around these.
Yes, you are correct.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw a lot of heads nodding in the audience as well. Way to go, team. All right. If there are no other questions or comments, I'd like to move us to a vote now. All of those in favor of approving resolution number 24-03-23, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Well, motion carries. Thank you very much. And with that, I will formally adjourn the TCRB and resume the TriMet Board of Directors General Business Meeting. We're almost there, team. We're getting close. We have left on our agenda 2 ordinances and a public hearing, a first public reading on a 3rd ordinance. Am I tracking correctly?
A public hearing for each of the first readings on the 2 ordinances.
See what I do for trying to interpret going ahead? Thank you. We're getting close. So I'd like to now move us to ordinance number 377. Did I get that part right? Thank you so much, General Counsel. So we're moving to ordinance 377. This is the first reading and public hearing. And ordinance number 377 proposes the annual service changes for implementation in the coming fiscal year. Today, we have had a public hearing on ordinance number 377, but I will open up another session of the public hearing at this time. And then after that, we will have a second reading of the ordinance and then a vote during our April meeting. So with that, I'd like to take a moment to open up the public hearing for ordinance number 377 in the event that we've had any other individuals interested in testifying. I will reiterate, I see there are none. I will reiterate, during today's public forum, we did have several testimonies around this resolution. Some were identified in advance and some were identified through the content they provided. All of those have been put into public record and will be under consideration as we look at this ordinance over the next month. So now, since we did pass the resolution today to read all ordinances by title only, I would like to ask our General Counsel, Shelley Devine, to read ordinance number 377 by title only.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Ordinance number 377 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, adopting FY 2025 service changes and revising route designations. This is the first reading and public hearing.
Thank you, General Counsel Devine. Now, I did fall slightly out of order with opening up the public hearing, but Mr. General Manager, do you have any comments about the ordinance?
Thanks, President Gonzalez, members of the board. Ordinance 377 outlines the service improvements that TriMet is proposing for FY25. Included in this proposal are all of the service improvements, route changes, schedule adjustments, and in a handful of cases, discontinuing less used and less needed bus lines and line segments. This is a large package of transit services, and if approved and fully implemented, it will bring TriMet bus service back to within 5% of our pre-pandemic service levels. These significant proposed changes to bus services were guided by our Forward Together service concept, created in close partnership with the community, and developing this required the most in-depth analysis of our transit network that we've ever taken as an organization. The service plan for the coming fiscal year also includes expanding on our Orange Line night bus to create a network of MAX night buses that will run in place of trains. We've talked about this in previous board meetings. This effort is critical to creating an overnight maintenance window that allows for improving the overall customer experience by reducing disruptions due to planned and unplanned work. Director of Mobility Planning and Policy Tom Mills is here to provide details, and also John Gardner, our Chief Officer of Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility, joins him with the Title VI analysis. Tom.
Thank you, Sam, and good afternoon, President Gonzalez and TriMet Board. Once again, my name is Tom Mills, and I'm the Director of Planning and Public mobility planning and policy. And I'm here today to talk about the FY25 annual service changes. To start off, our plan highlights, it's important to recognize that this plan includes the Red Line extension to Hillsborough, which will begin in August of 2024. As Sam mentioned, an expanded night bus network to build upon our existing Line 291. And the second year of our Forward Together service improvements, which would include 3 new frequent service lines, 3 new bus lines, and changes to 31 additional lines. Before we dive into the details of it, I do want to quickly review the work that we've done in reaching out to the community. Much of what we do in the process, we start in the fall, and much of what we do is online outreach. But then we go beyond that. We send postcards within a quarter mile of all lines that are impacted and all bus stops that are impacted. We post bus stops, and we post information into our internal processes as well. Additionally, we hold open house meetings. So in the fall, we held 8 open houses meetings, most of which had non-English translation. 5 were in person and 3 were virtual. Additionally, we contract with community-based organizations to reach out to underrepresented communities in the region to get their input on the plan. We also spoke with TriMet's Transit Equity Advisory Committee and the Committee for Accessible Transportation. During this process in the fall, we received 1,700 comments. And, what we heard mostly with regard to these service changes was good, happy and sad. People were very excited, as you heard today, about the extension of Line 25, frequent service on the 52, and others, also 148th Avenue, as well as concerns mostly about lines 17 and 96, both of which you heard a little bit about today. We take that information and we revise our plan, and then we come back out in the winter in January, and we go through pretty much so the same process: online outreach, posting stops, sending out postcards to people. Unfortunately, this year with the ice storm, some of those mailings did get delayed, and so it was a little hard for some people to make it to some of our open house meetings because of that. But we did have open houses. We had 3 open house meetings in person and 1 virtual. And then again, we worked with Central Cultural to reach out to Spanish-speaking communities in the region. Again, this time we heard about 1,000 comments, and those concerns were mostly the same. Well, actually, there were fewer of them, so we were able to address some of them. But again, the 96 came up, as well as Line 17, as well as some folks who were very happy about the 25 and new service on Line 100 or on 148th Avenue. So if we could just dive into some of the changes here, and I really want to start, I oftentimes talk about bus service, but this is a special occasion when I get to talk about MAX. It's really exciting. This ordinance would allow for the extension of the Red Line all the way to Hillsborough, serving 10 new stations, which would result in a doubling of MAX frequency between Beaverton Transit Center and the Fair Complex Hillsborough Airport Station. And of course, this builds on the recently opened double-track section between Gateway and PDX, as well as the new refurbished PDX station, as well as the new Gateway North station. And next slide. Additionally, this ordinance includes what has been talked about as a new expanded night bus network. This really builds off of an existing bus line called the 291 Orange Line Night Bus that was established in 2015. It was realized at that time that if we had provided Orange Line service all the way to the end of the line here in Clackamas, as late as we provide other MAX service, we would be operating all night, and there would be no time on the system where there wouldn't be MAX trains running, and particularly for trains getting back to the yard at Ruby Junction, there just wouldn't be an opportunity for the overnight work window. So this builds upon that. Even with that 291 night bus, we only have about 47 minutes a night where no MAX trains are running on the system. Even in areas that are not near the train yards, you still only have a couple hours where we can actually work on the system. So by creating or expanding the night bus network, we're able to open up that overnight work window so that we can do maintenance overnight when most people aren't riding, and we don't have to close the MAX system down quite as much and for maybe as long as we have in the past during the daytime. Now, of course, the night bus itself would be made up of 5 bus lines. Continuing with the orange line night bus, there would be a yellow, a red, and then the blue. Because the blue line is so long, we would split that into 2. So there would be a blue east side and a blue west side night bus. There would not be a green line night bus because actually overnight work window there is almost 5 hours, so it's pretty good, and we don't feel like we need to do that. And these lines would, have time transfers so that people going further and needing to transfer would be able to do so. Next, I'd like to jump into the bus improvements and start with a quick overview of the Forward Together service plan or service concept, and really just overview of the progress. So as you can see in this chart, the kind of what we are projecting in terms of growth in vehicle hours. In FY23 and 24, we were able to increase service by about 7%. This increase is about a 9% increase. So it's a big jump for us, but we believe that we are going to have the operators to do that. And then you can see in the future years increases that we hope to make. The next slide, you can actually see what that means in terms of restoring our service. So in March of 2020, we had 45 weekly vehicle hours. Currently today, we have 38,944 weekly vehicle hours. That is down about 13.5%. At the worst of the pandemic, we were down about 22%. In June 2000, if this ordinance were to pass, in June 2025, once all of it is implemented, we would be down to only by 4.9%. Next slide. And just some key successes with the Forward Together after just year 1. We're seeing a year-over-year ridership growth of 15.8%. Specifically, OHSU, where we actually last year we really put some focus on, we've seen an increase in weekend ridership to OHSU by more than 35%. So that's been really exciting. We were able to implement 3 new frequent service lines, and as I mentioned, 7% service growth since 2022. Next slide. So with the frequent service, we are proposing 3 more frequent service lines, lines 52 in Beaverton, Hillsborough, and going up to PCC, Rock Creek. Line 77, which stretches from, and you can see here on the map they're highlighted in pink, line 77, which stretches from northwest Portland out to East Multnomah County and Troutdale Regional Industrial Park. And line 87, which goes between I'm spacing out now, Gateway, Airport Way, and Rockwood. And that would be a frequent service line as well. These may look a little familiar to some of you who were here last year. These actually were on the list last year to be upgraded to frequent service, but because of the operator shortage, we did have to defer them to FY25. So I'll jump into the specific changes to specific bus lines. There are a lot, so I will try to be speedy. Starting with line 57, starting in Hillsborough and kind of going counterclockwise around the region, line 57, we are proposing to discontinue a low ridership segment of the line and reroute it. I'm sorry, within the map, you can see the solid lines are the existing service today, and the dotted lines are what we are proposing to do. So the segment that would be discontinued goes to Bethany via 147th and Laidlaw. It is low ridership. We are recommending that we increase the add earlier and later service on line 67 Bethany. This would address any concerns about the impact to Lyft. By doing that, the Lyft service would not be affected. The next slide. Line 96, which we've heard a bit about today. So let me just give a little bit of background on this line. Since the pandemic, this line has lost 65% of its ridership, or excuse me, I should say ons and offs. And the largest load on average per day is only 20 riders. A 40-foot bus has 39 seats. And so in most cases, most trips have less than 20 in the teens and many times in the single digits. So looking at that, we felt that it is important to get these customers to downtown Portland, but it would be really helpful if we could hit some other origins and destinations along the way. So we are recommending that this line no longer use I-5, but instead use Boones Ferry Road through Lake Grove, and then go through Mountain Park up to the Barber Transit Center. And then from Barber Transit Center, it would actually operate as a limited stop service into downtown. So we're hoping that this line will fill up by Barber, and then by then we can kind of make up some time by operating limited stop into downtown. Doing so, we would actually hit some new affordable housing developments, some of which are in development right now in Lake Grove as well as in Tualatin. The next route is line 76. This is an extension of the line between, so the line 76 is a solid today in blue. The dotted line would be the extension from Tualatin to Oregon City. It would take over for line 154 in West Lynn, which would then be discontinued. And this has been envisioned for quite a long time and something we're excited about doing. The next slide. In West Lynn, again, that line 153 would go away. So what we would do is we would still serve that loop in the Willamette neighborhood and have a new bus line that serves West Lynn. West Lynn hasn't had a bus line through the heart of it in many, many years, and this would provide service all the way to Lake Oswego. And then the last line 154 change. If the line 154 goes away, the tail that goes up to Clackamas Heights, which is a large affordable housing development, would be taken over by line 34, and making sure that community is covered, and every bit of line 154 would then be served by another line. Going to Oregon City. This is a little bit of some flip-flopping here. So line 33 currently is the solid line. It serves Lynn Road, and Lynn Road is really, it's a frequent service line, and Lynn Road is not really it's not a commercial corridor, however Malala Boulevard is. So we're just suggesting shifting this over to Malala Boulevard, some of which is already served by line 32, recommending that line 32 terminate at Oregon Transit Center down by McLaughlin. However, some of those areas served by line 32, the green line, the next slide, would be served by an extension of line 31. That is the purple dotted line. the reason for not just having the 32 flip over and do what the 33 currently does is by doing so, we can give Oregon City trips to Milwaukee and Clackamas Town Center, whereas today they both wind up in Milwaukee. So we give people more options. Additionally, we would extend the line 79 to the Willamette Valley Hospital, Willamette Falls Hospital in Oregon City, covering that portion of the 32 that goes away. Next is line 29. Line 29, we heard about a little bit today. This is the line that will serve the Lake Road Health Center. Line 29, that is the new behavioral health clinic. We would be adding midday service. Today, it's only a rush hour service. We're almost there. In East Multnomah County, I'm also excited to propose the extension of line 25. That is the green dotted line. It would serve Reynolds High School as well as Multnomah Mount Hood Community College. In doing so, it would take over for a portion of the line 80 and a slight adjustment to the line 81, which is the blue line, down to Powell Boulevard and First Avenue would take over much of the rest. And therefore, we would discontinue the line 80 because it would be served by the 25 and the 81. And then the next slide. So line 21 and 24, line 21 operates between Park Rose Transit Center and Gresham Transit Center by way of Sandy Boulevard. That is the blue line to the north. And line 24 operates from Northwest Portland all the way to Gateway. All this does is connect the two and make them into one line, creating one long east-west line. And then additionally, we would add line 86 on 148th Avenue. We've never had service on 148th Avenue. This is a community that has been wanting this for a long time, and we're excited to provide it. Staying with line 24, this is just a small adjustment. Line 24 when we first ran line 24 over the Fremont Bridge, we were concerned about the traffic backup on Williams, and so we said to ourselves, oh, it's even faster just to go all the way around the hospital. Well, that traffic backup has really lessened since the pandemic, and really it isn't needed, and customers complain that why are we going all the way around the hospital? So this is just turning onto Cook Street and then jumping on the bridge for a quicker trip. Next is Northeast Portland, line 17, Holgate Broadway. We heard a little bit about this one. Again, this is another one where we saw, at least on the segment that we're talking about, we saw a 63% decrease in boardings on this. This line has been highly dependent on the health of downtown Portland. It's really a line that serves people in the morning, get them to work, and then get them home in the day. Certainly there are midday riders, but the majority of the ridership was that rush hour commute. And so seeing the drop in rides that we saw, we're suggesting here that, as you see on the dotted line, that we move it over to 33rd Avenue. The red line, which is line 70, would be rerouted to the Rose Quarter Transit Center. And then the green line, which is line 15, that is that's line 8 on Northeast 15th. That is a frequent service line. It would actually go over to Saratoga, where the new University of Oregon campus is located, and where there's a large affordable housing community as well. The portion of line 8 up at Columbia Boulevard really only goes there for the layover. Line 6 runs along MLK Boulevard there, so not really needed. And then the next slide, again, staying with line 17, instead of running it over the Broadway Bridge, we are proposing to run it through the Rose Quarter over the Steel Bridge. This would allow us still to connect with line 70, where where it currently is running on 33rd. We're now saying having go to the Rose Quarter, as well as make all the existing connections that we make today. And then the next slide, line 40. Line 40 would be a new line. It is the blue dotted line on the slide. Starting in the north, it would take over for the existing line 85. It would provide weekend service. It would provide later service than what we have today. And it would go through downtown and across the Selwood Bridge, taking over for line 99. Again, line 99 only operates in the rush hour. This would be all day. This would be weekend service. Line 99 would be discontinued. It is a limited stop service from Oregon City to downtown. However, line 99 is also served by line 33 frequent service and the orange line, so it would still be covered. And then lastly, line 55, and this may seem a little familiar to some of you who were with us last year. This is a line that we actually proposed to discontinue last year. A portion of it is now duplicated by another line. It only runs once a day in the morning and once in the afternoon. It is primarily designed to get students to school. The intent at the time were those students were going to take the line that overlaps a portion of it, or they were going to walk to Beaverton Hillsdale Highway, where we have frequent service. After some further discussions with the community and considering the few trips that we run on this, we decided it maybe would be best just to keep it. So we're asking to restore this. It had, just so you know, it hasn't gone away because the fiscal year isn't over yet, and so we haven't had to take it away yet, and we would like to just make this correction so we won't have to do that. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to John Gardner to talk about the Title VI review.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you again, President Gonzalez and members of the board. So that's a lot of information, and what does all that mean as it relates to TriMet's Title VI program? So the long story is, in your packet, you have a 16-page Title VI analysis of all the proposed service changes. And what I'm going to try to do is give you an overview at the high level of what that means by those different changes. So first, as a reminder, the Title VI, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 states that no person in the United States shall, on the grounds of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance. And as you all know, TriMet receives a ton of financial assistance. Next slide. So at the 10,000-foot level, anytime we do a service change or we do a fare change, it can trigger a Title VI analysis. So you'll see, for those of you that were here last year, and almost all of you were, we did a very comprehensive outreach and analysis of the proposed fare change. And now, because of all the potential service changes, we've done that again. And of course, this is intended to ensure that there's no disparate impacts affecting minority populations or disproportionate burdens falling upon low-income communities when we do these changes. If there are, we look to minimize, mitigate, or potentially do alternatives. Next slide. So TriMet is unique and very, we have very sensitive thresholds when it comes to our disparate impacts or disproportionate burden policies. And we don't just look at the line level, we look at how those lines roll up to the whole region and the whole system. So you can hide a series of 5% and 7% and 10% changes that ultimately turn to a 20% system change without being analyzed and having to do mitigations. And so we're unique as a property doing that, but it's been good to be overly cautious when we're affecting sort of how folks live, especially those historically marginalized. Next slide. So essentially our analysis focuses on 3 different areas: major service improvements, which you've seen in the packet, also any service reductions, and then other changes that don't fall neatly into those areas. But when it comes to our system's sensitivity, what you should understand is traditionally transit properties use a threshold of about 20 to 25% impacts on their span or their frequency of their service hours. Over the last 3 or 2 Title VI program updates, we've reduced our threshold to 15%. Again, that's considered very sensitive, and you won't see that a lot in other properties, but again, we'd rather be safe and sorry, and if we're gonna err, we wanna do it on the side of equity. Next slide, please. So as Tom has described, we have 31 major service chains. The good news is at this point there is no system-level impacts for minority or low-income communities, but there are 12 potential line-level impacts for minority communities, and there are 4 potential line-level impacts for low-income communities. The other thing to consider, and that we should remind you of, is that we go far beyond the impacts of the service to just low-income communities or minority populations. Through our Service Equity Index, we actually look at what the service change can impact in terms of limited English proficient communities, seniors, youth, individuals with disabilities. We look at how the services create access to our system and our network. We look at how the proposed service changes impact access to retail, housing, food, healthcare, sort of green spaces. All these other sort of factors come into play for our equity index that is also modeled by Metro and the City of Portland. Given all that, when we looked at the actual line level impacts, next slide, please. What we found, and Tom sort of spoke to this, is when you understand the impacts to minority communities, what's really happening is, if you understand the region, it's not homogeneous, right? You don't see sort of parity across the region, whether it's the service district's average of about 32% minorities or 16.5% low income. And so in order to get to certain destinations, you'll have to make improvements in traditionally districts that are not considered low income or districts that don't meet the regional threshold for the minority average. And so what you'll see across all of these service changes, both the increases in improvement or the reductions, is that it's really about where are people taking those services to. So for example, when it comes to the line 29, we see that, and you heard that this morning from folks testifying, it's really about increasing access to Clackamas Behavioral Health Clinic. Or the line 31, it's improving service for a district that doesn't meet the 32% minority threshold, but it's still improving access to Clackamas Community College, a very diverse campus. And so again and again, the team has diagnosed and analyzed exactly what are we creating access to and where is that potential burden or unequal benefit. And so whether it's for the line 33, the job services, the access to jobs or social services, or the line 34, access to affordable housing, or again, even the line 40, access to affordable and entry-level working positions, time and time again, we feel strongly in support of these changes because although the district average might be 32%, in some cases the minority average in that district is only 27%. Right, and again, all that detail is in the actual service analysis. We think that at the ends justify the means, which is we're trying to connect to lines that either have access to these sort of other equity indices that actually create healthy communities. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the 4 categories, the 67, the 85, 99, and the 153, again, the 67 was through community feedback, exactly the community feedback you heard today, and the community feedback gathered through those 1,700 responses to the outreach. When it comes to the line 85 and 99, we feel comfortable because those lines are actually being served, will be served by line 40, so there won't really be a drop-off in service. And then finally, for line 153, again, this is about getting access to the veteran VA clinic. So ultimately, next slide, please. The top line sort of system conclusions is there are no system-level disparate impacts or disproportionate burdens, and a greater share of Title VI populations will actually benefit from the service changes on a factor of 4 to 1. So about 200,000 folks will see a benefit through these changes, and then we feel really good about the mitigations we've done and adding parity in lines that are close. So the Title VI populations will not be impacted substantially more through any of these service reductions as well. So not as many slides, but a lot of information. And again, it's the tip of the iceberg for those 16 pages. But please, I'll pause, and Tom and I will take your questions.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Thank you very much for all the information and bringing a broad swath of proposed changes forward. Certainly, we have already heard a lot and anticipate to continue to. Are there? I want to give space to the testifying piece of this, but before I formally close the public hearing on this ordinance, I just want to give space for the board to ask questions or bring comments forward. Yes, Director Kellogg.
Thank you. I bet you know where this is going.
Sure.
Yep. So as a broad pronouncement on this, excellent. Great work. But as a specific pronouncement, we've got to talk about line 96.
Sure.
So I've only been on the board 7, 8 months, something like that. But I got more response to this single topic than anything else that's ever been in front of the board while I've been on it. And you've been around Tualatin for,
Oh, yeah.
several meetings, long time. Historically, how long has downtown Tualatin Park and Ride had a direct connection to downtown Portland?
I can tell you my entire career at TriMet. So I've been at TriMet for what will be 25 years in October.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
A lot of people rely on that line to get to downtown Portland. And you noted 65% of the ridership has dropped off. That's attributable probably to a lot of working from home, that sort of thing. Maybe those people don't ever end up going back, right? Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But of the 35% of that ridership that remains on that line, if you make this change, you're going to lose about 90% of that.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
Okay. So one thing I know I failed to say is, so I have been out there testing the route myself, driving it. Now, of course, I'm not driving a bus and I'm not stopping picking people up. Currently, the schedule is about, I think it's a 20-minute ride from the Tualatin Park and Ride to downtown. When I drove it myself, it was on the new route, it was 27 minutes. And this was at peak hour in the morning. And then I also did it in the afternoon, a little bit longer in the afternoon. If we assume that, stopping, picking people up, you add 10 to 15 minutes, I think what we're looking at is an additional 17 to 23 minutes or so. Now, I will also admit that there is the schedule, and then once you get on the freeway, there's what actually happens. Some days, that 20-minute ride is actually 17 minutes. Mm-hmm. Other days, that 20-minute ride is a half hour. So, in some cases, will be longer. Probably in most cases, will be a bit longer. In other cases, we might be shorter. What I can tell you for sure is it's not going to be an hour-and-a-half trip each way. What we're really looking at is 15 minutes. I hope not 20 additional minutes, but maybe occasionally 20 additional minutes. They would also note that those who currently drive to the Tualatin Park and Ride will still have the option to drive now to the Barber Transit Center where there is a park and ride, at which point then they could get on, and then, as I mentioned, there's a limited stop service into downtown. I know that some people this would be it for them and they would not come back, but our hope is to retain a good number of them as well as gain new riders and ultimately gain more ridership on the line.
Okay. So you mentioned they have the option to go to the Barber Transit Center.
Yes.
Did you test that in your car from Tualatin to go to the Barber Transit Center and how long that took?
Yes, I did.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I did not find it to be, at one time it may have been backed up. Maybe it was just a day, but I did not find it to be too long. In fact, as I mentioned, from Tualatin using the new route, which goes by the Barber Transit Center, right, to downtown, without stopping, of course, it was only about 7 minutes longer. But if you add time for stopping, then you add maybe 10 to 15 minutes more. So right, I still think we're in the range of about 17 to 23 minutes additional time.
So considering averaging across all different scenarios, you're effectively doubling transit time from the Tualatin Park and Ride to downtown Portland.
For existing riders, yes.
All right. So John had mentioned disparate impact, and this is not in a Title VI sense, but just in a general sense. What other suburbs of 20,000 or more population have lost a direct connection to downtown Portland in this change?
In this particular
Service changes.
service change, I mean, I mentioned the line 99 would go away. That is a limited stop service from Oregon City to downtown Portland. Similar to the 96, you would still be able to make the trip, but it would no longer be in express fashion.
But your alternative would also be closer than the 15 minutes that we talked about from Tualatin to the Barber Transit Center.
Depending on where you're coming from, it could be longer than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So carrying on that theme, how many suburbs of greater than 20,000 people have had their commute time to downtown Portland doubled?
I'm going to venture to say that Oregon City would see an increase. If you're taking the 99 today, you would see probably more than a doubling of your travel time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
if I can just give you the rationale behind this, both the 96 is an express line and the 99 is a limited stop line. There's a real tension between what I refer to as speed versus access. The very fact that the line 96 is speedy, that characteristic which makes it popular for some folks, also limits the access to it for others. Because every minute it's on the freeway, we can't pick anyone up. Now, the flip side, of course, is if we're doing local service and we're stopping at every stop, it slows things down. Mm-hmm. So we're trying to thread the needle here. Again, the Boones Ferry Road is not a terribly congested roadway, and adding the limited stop service between Barber Transit Center and downtown Portland kind of helps make up any added time.
Okay. So, again, broadly, I like it.
Sure.
Unless we can do something, thread that needle a different way, and at least provide peak time, direct service, then I can't vote for this.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. And being in the neighboring district, I'm bringing the context of historical conversations we've had around trying to better serve the Southwest, recognizing its projected growth. Pre-pandemic, we were still operating under the assumption that everyone's just trying to get to downtown. And I know that we have learned a lot since then, and our movement patterns have changed. I just want to illustrate what I see as potentially a gap in the process that we have to apply in this, and an opportunity that I think it's presenting us. From a sort of pedestrian, naive approach, seeing the Title VI analysis reads to me, based on the proposed changes, on our testimonies and the analysis, it reads to me that we are shifting that line's priorities to be able to serve more people, a more diverse set of people, but all the while there's some ridership that is going to be impacted in the other direction. We're helping broaden service, and I see it as a net gain. I'm going to put that on record for these changes, but at the same time, the missed opportunity that I'm seeing here, which Title VI doesn't necessarily capture, is we've got existing riders that are at risk of not being served as well, and whether we lose 10 to gain 30, there's still that hidden opportunity about those 10 that know the system, use the system, and have an opportunity to help us get to our Vision 2030 goal. The opportunity I see here is to not turn our backs on existing riders that are looking to continue to be riders, and what sort of service scenario allows them to actually have their needs met. The feedback I heard today was quite specific with regards to the need that's not being addressed here, and it's a quick way to get to downtown for a workday commute. It seemed pretty straightforward. Those are the folks that are coming forward saying that's what I'm not going to have if we do what we're going to do here. The opportunity I see is really in engaging with those two anchors on both ends. What looks like to me is a mall shuttle between the Pioneer Place Mall and the Bridgeport Plaza. You know, two shopping anchors that connect these two destinations, which individually have their reasons to have something easy and simple to work with. I'm not saying TriMet is the provider of these things, but to me, as the convener of mobility, there's an opportunity in this cycle of service changes, because we're going to hear a lot about this line in the next month, is to really look at what exactly are the pain points for the riders and mostly for the retail and employment centers at those two ends. Because I'm hearing that somebody wants to be on this thing, get there quickly, but more so the two destinations rely on their workers and their shoppers to be able to make it there. So yes, we're going to be able to serve a couple of more schools, some affordable housing, but you know, does Bridgeport get dinged? Does downtown shopping get dinged? And to what extent does the city of Portland care about the fact that we might lose a couple of folks that would otherwise be coming into downtown, as we heard in today's testimony, for work? So to me, there's a couple of competing interests here. We have an opportunity to not turn our back on those interests and see, you know, what sort of menu options become available. So at the minimum, those needs are heard and understood in the context of what we're trying to do in our Vision 2030. But ideally, to be able to open up the possibility of mobility solutions that expand our menu of parts, not necessarily direct assets. I'm the guy who's always said we need to lead the mobility conversation, whether it's our asset or not. And so here, to me, is an opportunity to lean into that direction. I don't know what it looks like, but I certainly would love to see us take these types of public testimonies and turn them from riders, mind you, and turn them into proactive conversations about some potential solutions. No matter what, I mean, and yes, Title VI gives us the confidence that at least if we're gonna take from Peter to give to Paul, that there's a lot more Pauls out there. You know, but it doesn't sit well to say that that's the end of our conversation. That's what I'd like to say at this time. Oh my goodness, what a day! Are there other we have a month ahead. We're going to be asked to vote on this. It will be a roll call vote in our April meeting. So I want to let the board know, you know, stay tuned for the next month on this. I'm fully prepared to hear more testimonies and get more response from the public around this, around the broader set of service changes, but chiefly this one. I'm not seeing any other comments, concerns. I do want to fulfill my obligations to Robert's rules and formally close the public forum. Before I do, were there any other individuals that have expressed interest in commenting in public forum? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public forum session for this ordinance at this time. We will be coming back to this for a vote, again, roll call vote in a month. So if you see our fellow board members between now and then, give them a heads up. Any other comments or questions from either the board, our general manager, or staff before we move to the next item on the business? Okay.
No, we've taken everything under consideration.
And again, thank you once again. I know threading the needle is difficult. You're putting a whole bunch of changes on the table, which by and large have gotten a very positive reaction. So thank you. All right, moving forward. Now I'd like to consider the first reading and the public hearing for ordinance, I'll do this one in order this time, for ordinance number 378, which proposes to permanently close the Skidmore Fountain Max Station. Today we will have a public hearing on ordinance number 378, and then we will have the second reading of this ordinance and the vote during our April meeting. You're getting the pattern now. Since the board previously passed our resolution to read all ordinances by title only, I will now ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to please read ordinance number 378 by title only.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Ordinance number 378 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon to close the Skidmore Fountain Max Station. This is the first reading and public hearing.
Thank you, General Counsel Devine. Now, before we proceed with the public hearing on Ordinance 378, Mr. General Manager, do you have any comments for us on this ordinance?
President Gonzalez and members of the board, Ordinance 378 continues a conversation that TriMet started with the community back in 2019. That's when we first proposed closing 4 MAX stations to help speed up train trips through downtown. While the community was generally supportive about closing the 2 mall stations as well as Kings Hill, we heard a lot of feedback on the proposal to close the Skidmore Fountain MAX station. And we listened to those concerns. The result was a 3-year moratorium on any decision about Skidmore. And then COVID-19 pandemic happened. And now with almost 5 years past, the proposal to permanently close the Skidmore Fountain MAX station is back on the table as planned development near the station has not occurred and ridership has not increased. We believe it's time to deliver on what the community has been asking for years, and that's a quicker trip through downtown. We've reduced travel time with our initial closures, but we could do more. So our Senior Planner, Grant O'Connell, and Director of Community Affairs and Engagement, Jennifer Kuzer, they're here with us to give us an update on that station and our outreach.
Thank you, General Manager, Board President Gonzalez, and Board Directors. Great to be with you all this afternoon. Thanks for your patience as we work through this. This presentation, we were with you all in December as an informational item, so it's a similar material, but we wanted to, at that time, give you all a heads up as we were about to re-engage with the community about this conversation. So it is a bit of a refresh on some of that material, but bear with us here. So next slide, please. This, as General Manager said, has kind of long been a critique of our MAX system. It is possible for an able-bodied, healthy person to outrun a train, and that erodes its credibility as our metropolitan area express. So we are looking to find ways to make sure that we are living up to our expectations of our riders. Next slide, please. For context, so from Sunset Transit Center in Beaverton into Goose Hollow in downtown Portland, that's a distance of 5 miles. It takes about 9 minutes across 3 stations. From Lloyd Center in the east side of Portland out to Gateway at I-205, 99th Avenue Transit Center, again 5 miles. About 5 station takes 11 minutes, but getting through downtown Portland, only 3 miles, takes 21 minutes. We have made improvement upon that with the closure of the Kings Hill and the mall stations, and we're excited about the opportunity to continue to build on that success. Skidmore leaves the question, though, so that's why we're here today. Why are we doing this? Next slide, please. Equity and gentrification. The distances people experience getting between their places of residence and their employment is growing and being exacerbated by gentrification, and so we're trying to work for the community to connect those people to the jobs. Next slide, please. Best practices within stop spacing. This is not a perfect science because everybody will always have their own perception of distance, but generally speaking, the national academies through the Transportation Research Board in Washington, D.C. has studied this pretty extensively, considers that about 1/3 of a mile gets you within range of the industry best practices to balance both speed and convenience. And so 1/3 of a mile, or 1,760 feet distance between stations, and Skidmore Station is approximately 400 feet from its alternate station. The travel time savings, next slide please. This is again, it is about saving time, which saves people in their commute daily. but it's also operationally efficient. The more that we can deliver the same service with fewer service hours, it makes us more efficient. But I would also, again, note that there's a lot to do with perception here. While that may seem like a small period of time to get between one station and another, there's a lot of science that talks about how people perceive time. Time perceived while you're moving is perceived at a normal rate. Time perceived while you're standing still feels like twice as long. And so it's not only a true time savings, but also trying to deliver on people's perception of respecting their time. Next slide, please. Yes, thanks. In 2018 and 2019, we did do extensive outreach around this project. 9 open houses, a website, multiple surveys, and extensive engagement at various community-based organizations and community groups. We heard quite a bit about it, and I know Board President Gonzalez remembers well. We did do a survey in 2018 that highlighted how people would feel about the closure of the station, and when netted together with those who neither disagree or didn't agree, 63% of folks felt it would not have an impact. So, in conclusion, there is a significant overlap in downtown Portland stations. The stations can be trimmed, increasing speed and reliability without impacting dwell time or crowding. The travel time savings is significant at the system level. When we talk about hundreds of trips per day, that time savings does add up. And each area, but through this process, we recognize that each area has their own characteristics, and I'm proud of the process that we laid out here to handle each station differently. So, since the 2018 and 2019 effort, Kings Hill has been closed. The Mall Station is also closed, but we deferred Skidmore for going on 4 years. To monitor ridership, any development and investment issues, and also monitor safety and security issues. We also need to note that the earthquake-ready Burnside Bridge project, led by Multnomah County, construction efforts will require closure of the station, regardless of this decision, on a temporary basis for up to 5 years. So it's not a determining factor, but a consideration as we move forward through this process. So, pursuant to our resolution that you all took in 2019, we did want to monitor ridership and development and safety and security. So, quick look at that ridership update. This is boardings in the 22 year. Boardings by max station pair, the Skidmore Fountain highlighted there being the second lowest among its peers. And that's just on a apples-to-apples comparison at the time. But then next slide talks about the growth out of the pandemic. It's a good way to look at how things are doing since the pandemic low. How are things recovering? Skidmore Fountain, again, is its second lowest among its peers. Development and construction. No new development has occurred in the area since 2019, and I also noted earlier the Multnomah County earthquake-ready Burnside Bridge project as well. And then Director of Community Affairs Engagement has some information about the recent outreach efforts.
Thanks. Good afternoon. As Grant mentioned, there was an extensive outreach process in 2018 and 2019. And although a majority of survey respondents were in favor of the closure, the board did hear some opposition from some employers in the area and some concerns about access to Portland Saturday Market. So the proposal was paused. And then in December of 23, Grant and JC talked to you about reviving this proposal. Then we started our outreach in January by talking to employers around the station and heard that many of them had moved or were working largely remotely. And then in January, we folded this proposal into that larger outreach process that you heard about for the FY25 service changes. That included letters to about 2,000 addresses around the station, discussions with CAT and TIAC. Next slide. This posting at the station to alert people who use the station, and canvassing and talking to businesses around the station. As you heard, that process in January and February yielded about 1,000 comments. About less than 50 of those were specific to the proposal to close the Skidmore Fountain. Next slide. Of those comments, most favored the closure. Of the about 15% that opposed, most were concerned about tourism and access to Portland Saturday Market. We also did get a suggestion from the CAT committee that we do more outreach to basically replicate the surveys from 2018. And they also had a question about access to a DHS office nearby. What we've found that closed in last summer. Next slide. So then on Title VI, the 2019 study did include a full Title VI analysis that found no impact, and those conclusions hold true today. As you heard from John, we look at the minority population and found no disparate impact because that population is lower than the district average. The low-income population around the station is higher than the district average, but because of the close proximity of other stations, this doesn't meet that threshold of being a service impact. Next slide, please. If you do pass this ordinance at your next meeting, we would do a lot more outreach to notify riders before the closure. The actual closure would take place in August of 2025. So that's not this August, but the next. And you may be wondering why so far out? And that's because there's significant design and permitting work that needs to take place before the closure, and we don't want to authorize beginning that work until you have approved. And then aligning the closure with that fall service change would allow time for that prep work as well as the outreach to inform riders and be ready before the Burnside Bridge construction starts in 2026. Next slide, we're ready for any questions you may have.
The board have any questions or comments before we hold a public hearing? I will simply add, this lives in my district, and 5 years ago or so, when we were proposing these changes in conjunction with a few other closures, like Director Kellogg, I got more feedback and mail about this issue than any other one. It's been like a tale of two cities so far with regards to the more recent outreach and the reaction from community. I will gladly forward any comments that I receive from constituents in my district to the rest of the board over the next month, but from what it looks like, it's a very different conversation than what we were having a few years ago. I just wanted to let the rest of the board know about that. But thank you. If there are any other comments or questions, I'd like to now hold the public hearing for ordinance number 378. I will open the public hearing. Are there any witnesses that are here to provide testimony today? None have signed up. I don't see any. Very good. Then I will close the public hearing, and I'll remind, thank you very much. I'll remind witnesses, I'll remind, the board that we will be coming back with a roll call vote in the April meeting for this. And that will be our second reading of the ordinance. And I think that settles it here for this one. Did I do all right on that one? I'm trying. It's been a long meeting. I'm fading over here. Okay. Well, thanks again for that. Thanks for the relay of information and the update. With that, I am a little bit in disbelief and thrilled to say that this adjourns today's business meeting. I feel like I'm going to hit the gavel and it's going to start over again. Don't hit your phone. Right? No, with that, our meeting is adjourned. Now, I would like to, just for the public record and for those listening online, it's on 42nd and Killingsworth. Coming to our meetings. Thank you so much. And with that, thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And wait, there's more. One more little thing. Some of you know this, but perhaps many of you don't. But today we're celebrating the birthday of a wonderful individual who helps keep us all together and who is a true asset to TriMet's agency. And she's trying to hide over in the corner right now. Gwen, it's Gwen's birthday. So happy birthday. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. Let yourself be pampered and celebrated today, please. And somebody get Gwen a cake. Thank you so much.